Rory with a 9-month streak. My guy, thank you, mate. Let me turn that off. How are we, ladies and gentlemen? Back for one day. A one-day special. Are we good? How are we? Have you had a good week? Jet lag, I think, is gone. Now it's just general exhaustion. But we're back in the gang. Who is this man? I know, right? Hashtag Chesback. Yeah, for a day, and then I'm away again Tuesday to Friday. So I've altered the schedule for the streams to say that I'm. Obviously, previously it said I was going to be live today, and I've now just removed that one because I've gone live slightly earlier than initially was planned. And then I've altered the schedule so that I will be live on Saturday next after today. Cole, thank you very much for the 63rd streak, my good Scottish friend. How are you, pal? Morning, Chris. Not horrendous, just going day by day. Surviving. What happened in the week I was gone, chat? Tell me. Talk to me. Oh, Wantage made it to the Prem. Yes, Corgi. You love to see it. A rare day off for you, is it, Colin? Nice. Love to see that as well. God, I turned the thing off. It's fucking hot already, isn't it? It's going for another fucking heat wave today. It's a bit fucking intense, isn't it? Let's see. It's currently 23 at the moment, apparently. It's going to be 27 soon, then 29. Hooray. '27 to 29. And tomorrow's going to be cooler. Still a little warm. I can actually have a look here and see what it's going to do over the course of the next week for when I'm on holiday as well. It's going to be quite warm tomorrow again, isn't it, as well? Thursday's going to be a bit cooler. And Friday, a bit cooler still. just got to get through today and tomorrow. Hello, Cammy. I'm not sure what timeline you're on, pal, but hopefully it's a good one. Nothing much. First week first week back at uni, is it? One of your classes didn't exist as they didn't run week 1. Banging. So we'll start today's stream by Talking Shop and FC27, and we'll probably record a video following up on some of the questions in the comment section of the Career Mode Explained video that went live on Friday. It went live Friday evening, didn't it? Friday. And then I do have an interview with Bogdan on the gameplay side. That I need to edit still and get up, which I'll try and get up within the next 24 hours or so. Morning, Scott. Yeah, I think reading the deep dive pitch notes is more beneficial than watching the video. This is first, so you haven't immediately pre-ordered the game. Doesn't matter whether you pre-order or buy it the day before it comes out, does it really? Have I got a sneak peek of gameplay to show you? No. Not allowed to do that yet, I'm afraid. As soon as I'm allowed to, you'll get it. Because obviously it's beneficial for the channel, but unfortunately I don't have any gameplay I can show you at the moment. I can talk about gameplay to a certain extent, and we can do that. I might tie that into to a follow-up with questions about the interview I have with Bogdan. I've got obviously had the interview with Pete about career mode in general, and then I've got an which the questions we'll go through or work through next. And then we can do the same for gameplay. So I'm quite happy to back and forth with you guys about anything you want to talk about on stream. But we will be also recording videos or something. Interview with Bogdan I hope to get out within the next 24 hours, Davidenki. I'm going to try and edit it tonight. It'll be the first thing I edit tonight before I edit any of what we're going to record this afternoon. Ben, thank you for the 22nd month, mate. Appreciate it, dude. To 6 months in advance, too. Heroic. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Your main question is, how much did I enjoy Project Hail Mary on the flight out? Yeah, I think GTA 6 is going to be the priority for a lot of people, really, isn't it? Feels good to have you back live on the laptop. Yeah. You've been on your phone quite a bit, haven't you, recently? If you know, you know. Yeah, good fun. A good fun movie. Ryan Gosling was perfect for that role as well. Top marks to the casting director. Oh, more that I haven't been live. Oh, as opposed to videos, yeah, I guess so. You've had me on the laptop, but I haven't seen Spider-Man yet. Yeah, everyone said that the book is good. I haven't read it, but I might have to now. Well, hello, Dan. How are you, mate? Good, thank you, pal. Hope it's all well with you as well, mate. You just got back from seeing Spider-Man. Yeah, I'm not going to have the chance to go and see it for like another couple of weeks probably. So
Fuck. No spoilers, please.
my favourite part was redacted. Spider-Man was good, was it? Okay. I haven't seen anyone give a negative review yet. Let me ask this question. Obviously, no spoilers. Spider-Man No Way Home was massively fan servicey, and as a result, it was like a 9.7 out of 10 for most of us that are big fans of the series or the character. Was Brand New Day on par or not far behind No Way Home, or was it more along the lines of the first couple? Brand New Day's better. Brand New Day's better than No Way Home. Oh shit. Okay. Well, the fact that some of you are torn between what's better or not, some of you are saying yes, some of you are saying no, then take some tissues. Oh dear. For what reason? For happy reasons or for sad reasons? Best Spider-Man movie for you all time. Okay, now I'm hyped. Both. Okay, so be very. Take some tissues because you're gonna need a change of underwear, and take some tissues because I'm gonna say MJ dies. But no spoilers. Ashley, thank you for the single bit, my friend. You bought FC27 Ultimate Edition. I think that, yeah, Ultimate Edition is probably the most you need for career mode. If you're going to play FUT, then Ultimate Edition is great too. If you're going to play FUT religiously all year, then the Ultimate Plus is worth it. But only if you're a dedicated Ultimate Team player that plays FUT all year. Flut is what a butterfly does. Flit. Wish you could wipe your memory and rewatch it again for the first time. I feel that way about Interstellar and Infinity War as well. If I could, that jaw drop moment in Infinity War when he actually gets the snap off, that I wish I could experience again for the first time. Because we all went into Infinity War not thinking that Thanos would get the snap, thinking that it would go on into Endgame, and then he got the snap at the end, and it was like, oh fuck, now what? You still haven't seen Interstellar? Boo! Boo this man. I watched Tenet on the plane out as well. Because I mentioned it to you, Rory. I watched Tenet. Such a sick movie. Andres, thank you very much for the follow, mate. Welcome to the channel, pal. In Brian Blessed voice. Says noise hello! Wasn't really fan servicey, but very good. That's even better. Like I think No Way Home felt as good as it did because it was very fan servicey. Doomsday is going to be absolutely fucking absurd. I agree. I'm very excited for Doomsday. You're supposed to wait to watch it with your kids, but you couldn't wait any longer. No, it's fair. Are you going to pretend... Do they know that you've seen it? Or are you going to have to fake react to everything that they react to when you go and watch it with your kids? Charlie, thank you for the 18th month, mate. Appreciate it. New badge with that as well. I think when I go away for a week, there's a handful of subscriptions that get renewed as well. Right, I'm obviously going to do a recording of answering questions from the comment section of the video that went up with the interview with Pete. But do you guys have any questions in chat as well that you'd like to ask about 27 Career Mode? And I can kind of maybe be a bit more candid here, and it might help me hone my answer for YouTube, make it a bit more succinct on YouTube for the video. A long-time YouTube subscriber, love from Kansas City. Oh, it's Andre. It's just Andre, is it? Thank you, Andre. I appreciate it, dude. I wasn't sure whether it was Spanish with Andres. Like, Senor Iniesta. You've decided Grimsby now unbeaten in pre-season, you'll win in the bleeping league. Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe so.
Probably no. Sorry. Sorry about that. Probably not, no. Yeah, the whole ethos behind that is just absurd, isn't it, Colin? It is going to be a case of if they can pull it off. But they absolutely nailed Infinity War and Endgame so well with so many characters that I think they will. The most important question for 27, can you still do a danger? I will say that I found it more difficult to do a danger with default setups. So what we were doing in... Let me preface this. What we were doing in Canada this past week was mainly gameplay orientated. Obviously, the deep dives went live, and you guys got all the information about Career Mode. But Career Mode... I got all of the information about Career Mode in Bucharest in April for 27 and beyond. So we didn't actually find out anything new about Career Mode, I don't think, in Canada last week. Last week was more orientated around, because we also played some authentic gameplay in April, and a handful of us spent an extra day in Canada last week to play what they'd kind of developed from April with our feedback to see if it was better or like more improved, which it was. I still got issues with it, but less issues than I feared I might. So let's start with Career Mode, as in the mode, and then we can do gameplay in a bit. But let's start with Career Mode in general, as opposed to kind of mechanics of and off-pitch stuff, and then on-pitch stuff we can do a little bit later. Damper Bucket, thank you for the 21st month, mate, and 20 in a row as well, my guy. With regards to the youth setup, I can't recall that Youth Academy stuff has changed from what it was previously, other than you'll have more nations to scout because there are more nations in the league, in the game. There are a lot of new sliders, yes, ads. Some of them are related to sliders that we've already got. Like, rather than just giving you a bit more granularity. So rather than just training or having a slider for the AI's shooting as a whole, you'll be able to tweak what the low drivens are like, what the finesse shots are like, what the long shots are like. So you can choose. If you find that one specific type of shot is a bit more OP or a bit too strong, then you can tweak just that one without affecting the nature of the other types of shot that the AI will take. Similarly with passing, if you find that, say, lobbed through balls are a bit OP, previously you only had a passing accuracy slider, but now if you find that you have one specific type of pass that's a bit strong and the others you think you're okay with, you can slide just the lobbed passes or just the through balls or just the short passes. So you get that extra layer of granularity, that extra layer of precision with the sliders to fine-tune the gameplay a little bit more. I imagine it will take longer to find a balance for what gameplay you'd like from the sliders. I will go as far as to say, obviously this is leaning into gameplay a little bit, but I will go as far as to say that the default gameplay for me was much better than the starting point of 26. I'm now talking gameplay. I mean, the two are intertwined, aren't they, really? So 27 as it stands, what I played last week, 27 starting gameplay feels more difficult on default legendary than 26 did. I was genuinely struggling to break through the AI defensive line on 27. I played with Coventry to kind of give myself an idea of what I'm letting myself in for when we start the actual save for real, and I really struggled to break down Arsenal, West Brom in the Cup, Crystal Palace and Nottingham Forest were the 4 games that I played in that one session. I found that I scored 1 against Arsenal, I failed to score against Palace, I failed to score against West Brom. Some were playing 4 backs, some were playing 5 backs. Three backs are not fixed, no. We had a session in the morning where we played the game as it looks, and then upstairs we went to their desks, and they have, obviously, you know when you see them show the footage that's like red players and blue players, that's from their piece of software called Testbed, which allows them to basically alter anything about anything and have all of the overlays of coding and text on the screen whilst you play, or to record some clips so you can kind of see what the AI is doing in any given fraction of a moment and why it's doing it. And I really struggled when playing the actual game. I really struggled to break the AI down with a 5 back. I really struggled to break the AI down with a 4 back. I didn't play the AI with a 3 back in game, but we then went upstairs. Initially I was trying to replicate something that I found when playing the game downstairs against a 4 back, and I again upstairs on Testbed found it very difficult to break down the AI with the 4 back, but then specifically tested the 3 back so that I could in person on the Testbed show Bogdan what was happening, and it was as it has been. But we made lots of recordings with all of the data on the screen, etc. So we're hoping to try and isolate what it is that's going wrong. I'm talking to both Twitch chat and YouTube chat and Kick chat at the same time, Andre. I just at the minute have only responded to a couple of questions in depth on Twitch. I can see both chats. But yeah, so 3 backs still not usable, or at least rephrase, not playable against. I was like 5-0 up inside 25 minutes against the 3 back, but could barely have a shot, let alone score against the 4 back and a 5 back. Of course, take this with a pinch of salt, in that obviously they're my first games with the gameplay, and over time you learn how to get around the AI and how they play and how to combat that. So there will be exploits that we find that make it easier, but as a starting point to try and find a way around the AI. I found it more difficult. I'll go as far as to say that offensively, the AI was still not creative enough. However, when testing it on testbed, I played it on default and they weren't creative enough. I then quite simply only moved from default legendary, the build-up pace, to 90, and it played. They were just as creative as they were with all of our crazy slider set on FC26. So I think it should be a really good starting set, and we shouldn't, provided it doesn't change too much between now and launch, obviously, it shouldn't need too much tweaking from where it is. Again, this is with me having only played 5 or 6 games and definitely need more time with it. We'll definitely find some more exploits. We'll definitely need to tweak it more. But as a first experience, it was much, much better. The AI were noticeably tackling and fouling more, very much so. The first thing I noticed, and probably the first thing you'll notice with authentic gameplay, is the physicality of it. The AI are very physical in terms of their aggression in the tackle, the fact that they are fouling you. They tend to be fouling you with slide tackles at the minute, and there's very few stand tackle fouls, which I think needs a tweak, but they are actively slide tackling you. Not in a kind of professional foul, two-footed lunge, wipe you out kind of way, just in a the ball is there, I'm going to try and win it kind of way, in an organic way that felt like it suited the scenario, basically. I was finding that the AI were fouling me 3-4 times a game, if not more, on occasion. So again, that was a benefit. Found that I was I don't know if it was necessarily tied to the teams that I was playing and with regards to their CPU sliders, etc. But I found that I was being harried in possession quite a lot. And not in like an old school Gegenpress, it's easy to work around it kind of way. In a manner in which my focus most of the time in possession was not where can I pass to try and create an opportunity, or where's the obvious pass to create the obvious opportunity. Half the time I was just trying to keep hold of the ball and keep it away from them, because they were just covering passing lanes, kind of they were maneuvering and dictating where I was on the pitch. They were basically controlling the way that I played, because they were tactically set up so well that I couldn't find a way through, and then putting some pressure on, and half the time I found myself having to go backwards or sideways and recycle and just couldn't find a way through, which was really refreshing. Frustrating at times, very frustrating at times, but this feels like football kind of way, rather than this feels like a video gamey kind of way, like it can do on FUT sometimes. I think it definitely helps that they've loosened the second man press, in that it's not quite so tight, but the AI definitely swarmed me at times. It was weird. They swarmed me and also covered passing lanes, etc. It was really quite good, actually. Let me just turn the PlayStation off. I just had to download something. With regards to fouls inside the box, I'll be honest, I found it in a handful of games I played, I found it so difficult to build chances. I wasn't really in the opposition's box. I was playing with Coventry against similarly rated sides, if not sides that were slightly higher rated than me. So it's a very specific portion size that I got, sample size. Do you mean the off balance dribbling, Cammy, where they like stumble and keep the ball? So that mechanic, those animations are only tied to players that have very, very high dribbling stats. and I didn't really play against any players that tried that stumble dribble. It wasn't really prevalent in the games that I played. I think maybe Saka did it once in the Arsenal game, but I struggled to recall any moments that stood out of me being like, oh, that was sick, or even just noticing it as a thing, which to me shows that it's not OP. When they do it, it might be really difficult to get them off it, but at the time, in the same way that you're not seeing it all the time, so it's not happening all the time. So when it happens, it's like you're playing against a really fucking good player. With regards to transfers, Corey, we say, did you make any transfers and find it more realistic? In this past week, we were focused solely on gameplay, so we weren't making transfers, etc. However, in April in Bucharest, when we were shown the transfer features, the transfers, the way it was tuned at the time in April, like I say, I haven't had any interaction with it in the meantime with how it's been tuned since. But in what we played in April, the transfer, there were a couple of examples that were highlighted and we pointed out, and they were like, yeah, no, that's perhaps a little bit out of the way. But most of the transfers made logical sense and weren't. Well, I mean, it's season one. It was obviously season one, so there weren't going to be like Getafe bidding 120 million for someone. But hopefully now with the transfer room introduction, that sort of thing, like those sorts of player values won't exponentially go up like they do in previous fixes. But I haven't gone multiple seasons in to see how that develops. But the transfers that were being made seemed to be realistic in my 3 days in Bucharest. And I was playing with Cambridge in Bucharest, so obviously I didn't have a lot of money to play with, but I made a couple of free agent signings. I had a couple of signings that chose to go with someone else, even though I was in negotiations with them, which is nice. Because obviously at the minute, and as has been the case for God knows how long, if you bid for someone, you're getting, he's picking you, isn't he? Joe, thank you very much for the 51st month as well. That's 2 straight years in a row too. Crossing and headers are better, yes. I won't go as far as to say they're amazing or they're fixed, because I haven't had enough hands-on gameplay time. But crossing-wise, with authentic gameplay now, when you cross it, currently it kind of looks to play the ball to the man where the man is, doesn't it? And you end up, when the ball comes in, and your player just kind of ends up stopping and standing there, and then you end up in a 50-50 jump for the ball as it drops. Whereas now, rather than the ball going straight to the man, the crosser will try and put the ball into the space in front of the man, so you're kind of coming onto the ball. It's still all about timing, there's still some skill involved, and obviously on assisted it'll be slightly different to playing on semi or manual. I tend to have crosses on semi in previous iterations, and I'll probably do that on 27 as well, but it will try and put it into the space in front of the guy rather than where the guy currently is. That's my experience so far, Mike. Yes, like I say, everything is subject to change at launch, and there might be a tweak somewhere that breaks something else. But as of when I played Career Mode in April, players didn't always come to me. Yes. Handballs and stuff we haven't covered, Kian. I've pointed out to Bogdan that there are some issues with the handballs, like, you know, where it hits them on the shoulder and it gives a handball, or it pinballs around and it just strikes someone on the hand. But those sorts of things are nowhere near the top of the priority list at the minute. Handballs default to off, and there's been obviously a lot more issues with the core authentic gameplay experience outside of handballs. So we will still have to use our own VAR, etc. in 27. But hopefully handballs are on the list. I've ensured that they're on the list, but they're nowhere near the top of the list, unfortunately. So we're just going to have to suck that up for a while. But if the rest of the gameplay is slightly better, then it might actually stand out more as a frustration. But if that's one of the few things we're frustrated at, then, you know, we're moving in the right direction, aren't we? Let me have a quick scroll up to see if there's anything else in YouTube chat, because I know I've been responding to Twitch stuff. Ahmed said, is it balanced? They said users' attacks improved while air defense is weakened. That's not balanced. That's more... The AI defense is more for the competitive side, Ahmed. When they're saying that they've tweaked the AI defending to make it more manual, that's for competitive, where they're obviously... It's designed in a way to encourage you to switch player to take control of the defender to then make the tackle. Now that will still be the case for your controlled team. You'll have to change player to make the tackle, but when playing against the AI on authentic gameplay, the AI will play as you would expect them to in real life, or not as you fear they would based on what you saw from the gameplay trailer with regards to competitive. Almost all of what you saw in the competitive in the gameplay trailer was based on competitive. So when it's on about your players making runs and you triggering runs, etc., that's game wide, that's competitive and authentic. But when they're talking about CPU AI defense being nerfed, that's on competitive, not on, or for the team that you're in control of, not for the team that you're playing against, if you're playing against the AI. I don't think VAR needs to be in effect, Cammy, because it's a video game and you're in control of it. Like in FM, you're not in control of it. It will just throw up scenarios when it randomly creates the highlights. But in FC, it knows what's happening in the moment and just reacts to what's happening, and always has to be a right or wrong decision. Always has to be a black and white decision. I know what you mean from a licensing and immersion point of view, and I agree, but it's kind of hard to implement. Like, if you're offside in FC, then like it's black and white for the game because the game will just give it. If you were called offside and then it turned out to not be offside, then you'd be really frustrated if it obviously wasn't a goal scoring scenario where there was something to be leapt in or leapt out. Manager market, I can't recall, Mike. I think there's been a lot of focus on transfer market, obviously, at the minute. I can't recall them mentioning anything about manager market tweaks when I was in Romania in April, but there may have been. Don't quote me on saying that there isn't any changes to the manager market, because there may well be. I just can't recall from 4 months ago, 3 months ago. Can AI hijack your bids? It's I haven't done much transfer work, but it's my understanding that yes, AI can hijack your bids as well as you can hijack AI bids. That's my understanding, but I haven't got experience with it. I didn't try the rivalry system in Player Career, no, Corey. I think it's just an objective-based system. So you'll be matched up against someone that's of a similar position to you in terms of like your hierarchy in the world of football. And you'll have to either score more goals than them, or win more duels than them as a defender, or get more tackles than them, or score more hat-tricks, or something of that nature. It's mainly just objective-based and doesn't really have any further tweaks outside of that. That's kind of the only change to Player Career this year. Player Career is very much a watch this space for the future. Adam, thank you very much for joining the Patreon, my friend, at such a high tier. That's very, very good of you indeed. Are you here in chat? If you could drop your player details on the pinned post, the player details for Build a Nation post, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you, mate, for joining the created player save, or created player tier level. Kind of similar to the F1 system, yeah. I guess. F1's just kind of score more points than your opposition, whereas this one will be score more goals. Some might be, I think, some might be season long, some might be shorter term. There'll be a fluctuation of like short term and long term ones. Oh, it's you as it seeks, my guy. Thank you very much. Like I say, do leave your comment on that post, and we'll get you added into this save later today. Thoughts on the UI and menus? The transfer menu. There's not. As far as I can recall, there's not much changed about the way that you traverse the menus in career mode, as in just how general navigation works. Although the transfers and scouting is now split, so there are extra menus in there. Obviously the transfer screen looks great, as far as I'm concerned. Away with those constant skipping and unrealistic, now from the way that football is done these days, cutscenes. No one's going and sitting down in a restaurant with someone, or going to it's not even like manager in manager office stuff. Everything's done on WhatsApp now, isn't it? Basically, everything's done on your phone, so that the way that it's just the phone pop up and then you're thinking. I can't recall what the generic theme is, Corey. Off the top of my head, I really can't remember back as far as April for that, I'm afraid. But obviously there'll still be the Premier League theme and the Liga theme and the Serie A theme and the Bundesliga theme and the MLS theme, etc. I can't recall if it's themed outside of that for like the club you're at or something. But yeah, the menu for menu for emails. I just read that in chat. The menu for transfers is much better, and the responsiveness of it, like the speed at which you get straight into a transfer and out of a transfer, is much better. You obviously have, as you saw from the deep dive from the trailer, there are a lot more options for you available in both transfer bids and contract negotiations. Transfer negotiations and contract negotiations. I don't know anything about Creator Club, I'm afraid, Chris. I can't recall anything Creator Club wise from April. Six, thank you very much for resubscribing on the Twitch channel as well, mate. I appreciate that very much. With regards to the UI and menus as well, the team management screen looks a bit. I'm not a massive fan of it. It kind of has to kind of look the way that it looks for 27 with the dynamic OVR, so you can kind of see whether someone's rating is going up, whether someone's rating is going down. It could maybe be tweaked aesthetically to make it slightly less FUT-like. It does look a little bit like a FUT card with a rating that goes up and down. I think they've kind of done that from a familiarity across the game modes kind of thing, but I think it can be improved aesthetically for sure. But it looks different, so it will feel different. The player profile screen is much different as well. So obviously at the minute in your squad hub, you've got the full player on the right, and all of these stats on the right hand side here. It will look. Let me get the deep dive up and see if I can show you a player profile. So I'm sure you'll have seen it, but let me see if I can find you a reference for what it is that I'm talking about. That's the transfer one. That's the transfer one. See if there's a in squad one. So there's, let me see if this. So there's this yield is. Let me I can just bring it on screen. So the squad will look like this, with just a zoomed in shot of your guy, and then you scroll across at the top, like you do here, but rather than it be laid out like this, with your guy there, it's it's like that with a zoomed in picture. And you can use the right stick to flick through various different stats here. So it will look much different in the squad management than it currently does. This is sick. This is what we use on the live editor, isn't it, to see how good someone might be in a different position. This is great. And obviously they've said that they've removed the kind of the negative you might get if you play someone in a different position. They get like a -3 because they're in left wing, not cam. Like, that's gone now. So there's this, the team management will look like this. Not team management, but the squad hub will look like this. So visually and aesthetically, that's much more refreshing. There you go, you can see. So that's what it looks like on the overview, where you can see form, morale, match fitness and condition. That's for dynamic overall purposes, because that's then reflected here, isn't it, with the boosts or the negatives. There's a shot of, I think, Jude here at the beginning of this video is negative because his form is down, but his overall, his morale is up a +1, but his match fitness is, his form, sorry, is poor, so he gets a -2 there, but he gets a +1 from his morale, so he's only down at 89 rather than 90. And then this here, you scroll across so you can see the stats. So feeding off this, the way that Andreas phrased it is all of the stats that go up and down based on the changes for dynamic OVR now make sense per position. So a player that is high on form, so let me use a striker as an example. A striker that's high on form will have a boost to their shooting stats, to their dribbling stats, the stats that are key for that position technically. If a player is high on morale, then they will, you can see here actually, it's a good example. Let me see if I can get that zoomed in a bit. There you go. So this is a good way to show it. He's got a +2 on morale, so you can actually see here how stats are influenced by the dynamic OVR and by what's happening with their situation in football. So Mbappe's acceleration is up 1 because he's high on morale, but because he's unfit, he's not going to be able to run as fast because he's not fit. So he gets a -6 to his acceleration and his sprint speed because he's not fit. That would also be a negative on the morale side. If he's in low morale, he's not going to try as hard because he doesn't feel as happy, so he's not trying as hard, so we get a negative there as well. And obviously form is form. That one's a bit more straightforward. Thank you, Seeks. We will get to that a little bit later on today's stream. I appreciate it, dude. Dart, thank you for the 23rd month, mate. Again, reactions, +4 because form, but because he's tired. When you're tired, mentally or physically and mentally, you're mentally tired, your reactions aren't going to be as good. Stamina, strength. You can see here is affected by all. +6 from his form, +5 from high morale, but -7 from fatigue. So players will no longer get that negative, I'm in the wrong position boost, or I'm in the right position and I'm getting a boost, but it's only to certain, like the same few stats. It's actually position dependent now, based on your form, your morale, your fatigue. And that, like I say, that's what the squad hub will look like now per player. And that's what it looks like in team management. So yeah, they could probably do away with if it didn't have the like card design around it, then I think it would look better. I'd need to actually physically see what it looks like without the card design around it, because obviously I've only seen it with the card design around it at the minute. But if they removed the card design around it, then I think it would probably still work. I don't know why there is the card design around it. The item design around it. I don't know. I don't know why that's a design decision, but it's what it is. And yeah, like you say, like Isak's name's cut off a little bit there because Florian Wirtz's card design cuts it off. I don't know whether it's tied to the way that, like, obviously you see it's gone slightly red, but I don't think you really need the item design to have the like red hue behind the player. I don't think that's necessary. It's all. I mean, it looks fine. It's not like it's a horrific decision, and it makes sense to a point that they've done it the way that they've done it. But it just could be implemented better, I think. I can't remember what FIFA 17 menus look like, in all honesty, Kevin. Yes, correct, Charlie. So based on the image, it's more the negative stats that people get is not based on them being out of position. It's based on the dynamic overall factors. And players will be able to get the same boosts in their secondary positions as well. Like, you know, where you've got a player that says that he can play cam and centre mid, but he gets like -4 in centre mid in the current iteration. That won't be a thing. He'll still get the same boosts at centre mid that he does at cam because it's one of his secondary positions. In general, to the question, how do I feel about it all? I think because it's both mechanical changes and in general the like with the changes to the way that the squad hub looks, etc. There's aesthetic changes as well as mechanical changes, both on the transfer side and on the squad hub side. I think it's actually going to be a great year for a refreshing. It's a great year for a refreshing feel to the mode. Like, it's one thing having mechanical changes, but it still looks the same. But there's going to be mechanical changes and it will look different. So I think it's going to be a very refreshing year for career mode. Whether that turns itself or lends itself towards views for my style of content, I don't know. But hopefully. You don't know how you feel with the new potential changes. In what aspect, Marcus? Every player still has a set potential, not a set potential, but you know what I mean. Like, they have a set potential at any given moment. It's just that set potential can fluctuate. It's just that it will fluctuate in real time rather than once at the end of each season. Yeah, we'll find out throughout the course of the closed beta, and if I get any more hands-on between now and launch, how well tuned all of the transfer mechanics are. But as ever, everything on paper looks really good. It's how it's implemented that defines whether it's actually of benefit or not. How the overall changes so quickly from 80 to 75. So the overall, as in the moment overall. So say Gakpo is currently an 80 rated player, but his baseline is an 84. So it won't sway massively from game to game. It's more over a period of, say, 3 to 5 games. But obviously, if there's a big impact, like you go to extra time and your players are going to be tired, much more tired, then that's going to have a bit more of an impact. But I feel like I get where you're coming from, Marcus, and obviously you're entitled to your own opinion. But I feel like this is more realistic in that, like, let's just use this as an example. Let me open that tab in a new. Like, Gakpo is not Capo doesn't start every game as an 84 rated player in real life. You don't start a game exactly feeling and playing exactly the same way in every single game that you play. You might be a little bit tired. You might be feeling in yourself a little bit better or a little bit worse. You might have not played as well in the past couple of games. So it's going to be more based around the story of your save and your previous few fixtures than it is just going in with start playing exactly the same as you start each game, which in turn will encourage squad rotation and making sure you play with as many players as you can, both for fitness and for morale and for form. If one of your best players is out of form, you're going to want to play him so that he can get back in form. You might rest him a little bit once he's played and got back in form, but then his morale is going to perhaps drop because he's not playing as much. There's a lot more fluctuation to it. It's going to really encourage you to manage your squad rather than just being able to go like as I do kind of at the minute. Same 11, same 11, same 11, same 11, full fitness, full fitness, full fitness, full fitness, high morale, high morale, high morale, high morale. Like it's going to be every game will feel different with each player based on where they are. Szoboszlai will be 72 rated here because he's currently at right back. He's out of position. Similar to, where is it? The Jude Bellingham picture. Here. So if Jude was at right back, he'd be 83. So because Szoboszlai is at 72, he's just lower rated at right back based on him being in that position. And then he's obviously going to be lower again because he's injured currently. Obviously, a player that's injured is going to be potentially out of form, certainly significantly low on match fitness. And you'll be able to, I think it's probably similar to kind of the plaster symbol and then the fully fit. So when someone's on the plaster symbol, as they are right now, you can play them, but they're at higher risk of being re-injured, either in the same way or an alternate way, because they're not going to be quite back to full fitness. So the dynamic overall for AI teams will work exactly the same as it does for the player team in all of your simulated leagues. So for the first time, the AI will have dynamic potential, and for the first time, the AI will have, for the first time, the AI will have dynamic potential the same way that it has not had dynamic potential that the user has in previous iterations of the game. And now that dynamic OVR is a factor as well, all of the deeper simulation leagues, including your own, all of the teams in those deeper sim leagues will also have dynamic OVR as well. So which is now up to 10 leagues. So everyone in your league and everyone in the other 10 leagues that you add for deeper sim will have dynamic OVR and dynamic potential as a result. So say for example you're playing in England and you've got all 4 English divisions on. Someone's a top goal scorer in League 1 and playing at the very, very top of their game. They might go from a 68 rated to playing like a 74 rated player, which might encourage the championship side to be like, he's got potential, he's playing really well right now, I'll sign him right now whilst he's playing really well. He's obviously in form, and then it's a case of you then trying to maintain that player's form, and if you maintain their form for enough of a period of time, then obviously their potential is going to go up as well. On the basis of potential, I'm not sure if it's in here somewhere, I think it might be mentioned somewhere here, development. So there are now I think no, that's not specifically what I'm going to talk about. So each player, there are now, rather than it just being young players grow really quickly, and when you start to get like young players grow really quickly until the age of 23, 24 where they peak and then kind of plateau, and then when they get to 29, 30 they start to come down again. That used to be kind of the only thing that happened with every player throughout the course of a save. For 27, there are going to be 6 different development phases. that can be assigned to any given player. So you will have those that Micah Richards burst onto the scene at 18 years of age and are growing exponentially. You'll have those that don't really seem to be growing that much in their early 20s, but by the time they get to 27, 28, like a Semenyo is the example they used, and it's a very apt scenario and example to use right now. They'll then have a peak in their late 20s instead. You'll have those players that, again, like Messi, are at a certain rating and are just consistent at that level in the twilight of their career and don't seem to have a drop-off. They might have declined a little bit in their early 30s, but then they plateau earlier and don't continue to go down and down and down just as they age. They hit a consistent plateau or just kind of play at that level. Cat, stop coming in the window. Don't even think about it. Hey, you little arse. Are you being a bumhole? You're not supposed to come in the window of the office, are you, and sit on my fucking PC and then start to try and chew my wires, are you? Hey, sit there fucking purring at me. Get down. You gonna get down, or am I gonna have to come get you? Down. Get down. Come on. Wanna come this way? Come on, cat. Polly. Polly, Polly. Come on, darling. Want some treaties? Here you go. Yeah, look. Some treats down there. What's up? Some more down there as well. Oh, honestly, children and animals. Let me shut the window briefly. I will need to, in about 10-15 minutes time, go and empty the washing machine and hang the washing on the air. Obviously I've been away last week and we're going away on holiday tomorrow, and that's at work, so I'm having to just do house stuff as well as be at work. So I'll go and make my lunch and also hang the washing out, etc., for a kind of extended 20-minute break in a little while. What were we talking about when the cat came through the window? Yeah, it's all about being a good house husband, isn't it? Yeah, the development strategies. So, as I say, there are 6, and I believe. Let me see if it's shown on any screens. Oh, I've just opened the fucking Sony Vegas. I believe you'll be able to see what any given player's development thing, like what development phase is attributed to that player. I believe. A screen is shown anywhere where you can actually see it. stats. Maybe it's not shown. I remember seeing a picture in the presentation they gave, but that might just have been for the presentation as opposed to something you can actually physically see, which I'd prefer. Well, I don't know. From a gaming perspective, from a video game perspective, I'd like to see what development phase they are so I know what to expect from a player. Like if someone's not playing very well, but you can see that they're a late bloomer, then you know to persevere with that player and keep going. But also from a realism point of view, here you go. We got just here. It's a part of the right stick flicking that you can do in on the attributes. So you can see development phase here, building towards his prime, and you've got a little chart here that shows you where they currently rank in your squad and where they could rank in your squad with potential. So Donnarumma is building towards his prime still, so that means he's not currently at his peak. A rising talent, steadily improving with every match. He's turning raw ability into confidence and consistency as he pushes closer to his peak. So at the age of 25, Donnarumma isn't yet peaked. Even though at the moment he's potentially set to 89, he has the potential with the development phase to get even higher. And you'll be able to tell from their development phase, or kind of more accurately predict from their development phase what's going to happen to them throughout their career. So some older players will be able to stay at their prime or at a certain level for longer, depending on their development phase. And there are six development phase. Obviously, the information you get is now not directly attributed to, but is affected by the quality of the coaches that you have, or depending if they're your player, or the scouts that you have if they're not your player. So you can see that his potential is reading as 89 here. Your 3-star scout is saying that he's peaked at 89 rated. However, that might be because they have poorer judgment, and a 5-star scout might say actually he's going to probably grow to about 91. So it encourages the improvement of your staff as well, which is a bit more FME, yeah. So the information you have at your disposal is affected by the quality of your scouts and or coaches, depending on whether they are or aren't your player. That will be influenced as well by the information you get on their profile too. So for example, you can see that Rio's expected market value is currently £22 million, but if you've got a 1-star scout, that might not be accurate, or it might give a window. I'm not sure how it's actually going to be displayed. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't fucking fit there. That needs to be tweaked. Like in their own deep dive, they've shown something that has a 0 on the wrong line. Like, come on, lads. That's the sort of thing that I bemoaned the new menus on FM for having. And it's going to be similar here. I will whinge to fuck about stuff like that because I hate it. But I guess ultimately I would rather the mechanics worked than that all fit on a line. But it should be you would imagine it would be a simple fix with just size of font. But we'll wait and see. Something to feedback between now and launch for sure. Hello, Ron. Mike, thank you for the 8th month, by the way. I did see that come in, and at the moment I think I was mid-spiel. Or just reframing it's 22.0 million, yeah. He's on a 205 streak, is our Ronald. My guy. 205. Hot damn! Any other burning questions at the moment? I can't talk about the grounds yet. I don't think the deep dive's out for that yet, is it? I go as far as to say that the grounds is not related to career mode at the moment. If you're a career mode player, I wouldn't be like, oh, the grounds. Like, that's not for this. But it comes out, it does come out soon. Not sure if they've given a date. So I won't mention a date. Soon. Like, obviously, the speed you've seen the last few come out. Oh, it's scheduled, is it, in the... There you go. 5 PM tomorrow for the grounds. 5 PM tomorrow. There you go. You'll get all the information about the grounds at 5 PM tomorrow. Changes to save setup? I'm not sure, Sam. I won't go as far as to say no, but I also won't go as far as to say yes. I don't know. And I don't know anything about Creator Club. I don't know whether there's new stuff in Creator Club or not. I think there might be some stuff for Creator Club related to the challenges. So remember me saying, or remember seeing stuff about the live challenges that obviously previously, thank you Ron for the 29th month, my guy, 28 in a row. You've seen, it's got to be in here somewhere. I mentioned challenge, creator challenges, or just live challenges in general. You can now, everybody can create a challenge using it's either a web portal or an app on your phone. You can create managerial challenges using every single toggle and lever that they have behind the scenes to create the ones that they created last year. We've now got access, as in the global we've now got access to all of that to create our own challenges that will then give you a code to share that challenge with anyone and everyone. There will also, you know how previously you used to see like for squad battles in FUT, you'd see like a Bateson themed squad battle where you could get a Bateson kit and you'd play against his team and you could get some rewards like a Bateson ball or a Bateson kit. They are going to do that sort of thing with creators for creator challenges. So I'm going to be able to create a challenge and send it to them, and it will be Chesnoid Gaming themed, and we could potentially design a kit that could then be a reward in game as a custom creator kit that you can then use for your creator club potentially. So I could create a Chesnoid Gaming themed kit that has like Chesnoid Gaming as a sponsor or something of that nature, as well as obviously the color theme and design that could be attributed to my creator challenge that then offers you, once you've completed that challenge, that kit to be able to use in your creator club. I believe that sort of thing is only going to be for content creators that are highlighted in the mode at the minute. But in terms of, pardon me, in terms of the rewards, but in terms of just creating your own challenge, then everyone can do that. You get more, yeah, you can have at least 10 challenges published at once. Then the higher iteration of version of the game you have, the more slots you'll have. Like Ultimate has like 50 and Ultimate Plus has 20 or something like that. Still not worth the Ultimate Plus price tag for a career mode player, obviously, but still. The Chesnoid branded Cambridge 4th kit. Yeah, you can't attribute, I wouldn't be able to attribute any, or nobody will be able to attribute any kit created through this to a real life football club. It will be for Creator Club only. Licensing. A couple of questions that I didn't answer or you didn't see. Can you manually move positions? Not this year. That's a work in progress. Your favourite new thing / feature? Probably the granularity of the transfers. I love the granularity of the transfers. I also absolutely adore dynamic OVR as well. That for an RTG specifically is going to be unbelievable. And the fact that the AI have it as well in all of your deeper simulated leagues. That's huge. Like, remember the impact that it made just for you in your save when dynamic potential came in. And not everybody had just exactly the same set potential. That was fucking massive. Now you've got an addition to that for your team and 100 other clubs that are also going to have that across your simulated leagues. That's huge. Oh, it's a tier 3 sub, Ron. I apologise. That is a tier 3 sub, my guy. Thank you, mate. That's beyond generous. You definitely didn't need to do that. Don't do that moving forward, please. You only need to subscribe at tier 1. I mean, it's up to you, but you only need to subscribe at tier 1. Thank you, brother. Apologies for not acknowledging that in the moment. I've been very much concentrated on the 27 information. Have I seen Andreas's comments about working with licensing partners looking to clubs changing kits every season? I have not seen that, Sam. Do please link me in the Discord. Oh, it is a starry badge, isn't it? Look at that.
Damn, son, you stand out, boy.
You wanted that specific emoji. Mate, that headset is proper old school chairs, isn't it? Done. Let's have a look what Andreas said. Esports discuss new kits every season in Career Mode. One of the most persistent community requests in FC Career Mode is the ability for real-world clubs to change kits every season during multi-year saves. Currently, teams are locked into their launch day kit, breaking immersion as players progress. FC Career Mode producer Andreas Vilstorf is recently acknowledged awareness of the community's desire for changing club kits every season. He is reportedly in discussions with real-world clubs and official licensing partners to explore potential solutions. However, complex legal hurdles such as strict contracts with kit manufacturers, shirt sponsors, and club brand guidelines present significant challenges to implementing dynamic or season kit updates. Yeah, I mean that's not really anything other than we already knew. Like, they know that we know that they'd like more kits, and it's something that they agree would be great, but it's not a career mode issue. I just haven't quite gotten that far yet. It's not a career mode issue. It's absolutely a legal licensing issue, which is a fucking nightmare. And Andreas and the team will have absolutely no influence on whether the legal teams and the licensing departments of said clubs are on board or not. All they can do is fight the case and show that it's something that the community want. We'd love it, but I wouldn't hold out much hope. Not from it's not something the Career Mode team are fighting for or want, but from clubs and brands are so fucking rigid with what it is that they want and expect from the game. Let me scroll up to the rest of Answer's questions. Yeah, favorite new thing. It's hard to. I think if pushed, I'd pick dynamic OVR as a favorite new thing. But the transfers seem like they're going to be great as well. Is the out of position negative gone entirely, or only gone if it's the secondary? It's gone entirely. The out of position negative is gone entirely, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, it's gone entirely, because it's been replaced by that screen where it doesn't show a negative. It just You won't get negative stats. It's just that based on the stats that your player currently has, it'll be their OVR that changes, not their attributes. Their attributes are only going to be affected, as far as I'm aware, by the dynamic OVR boosts or nerfs based on form, morale, and match fitness. It's just that with the attributes that are boosted or nerfed based on those factors, then that player will have an OVR decline, but not an actual physical stat, an overall attribute decline. Attribute boosts and declines will be solely determined by the dynamic OVR factors. In terms of player development, when you add another role, I don't know. I haven't had enough hands-on to actually see genuinely how that affects it. But you can see here that Bellingham has a cam, centre mid and left mid, and he's getting most of his important stuff from those three positions. I think that will still probably be the roles thing. Like, he doesn't have any roles in any of the positions that aren't his listed positions, but he has roles in those three, which is probably why they're highlighted green with a plus. I can't remember. Don't quote me on this. I can't remember if it was related to this or something else. I believe, and I might be misremembering, I believe a player can have up to 7 designated positions. I might be misremembering that. It might still be 4. But I think a player can now have up to 7 listed positions, like trained in positions. I think. They have stated that somewhere, have they? Good. I haven't misremembered. My brain is doing all right. Yeah, based on what I played in April, dynamic OVR works really nicely. There were a couple of instances where I thought it was maybe a bit strong for my Cambridge team in League One, but I think it's probably it's going to be the same, because it's going to be the same for all the AI as well. That's going to lessen anything that's slightly OP, because it just means that the AI could be OP in a certain area as well. I think it was Liam Bennett, because obviously he's a higher potential player at Cambridge. I think he boosted up to like a 74 from a 68 or something, and it happened. I felt that was maybe a bit too high too soon, and it happened a bit quickly. But because it can fluctuate, then maybe it's not as strong, and because the AI has that as well, then it's also not as strong, because it's not just your team that could potentially have that. It's the AI too. Which is why it's so huge that it's for AI clubs in your league and your others deeper simulation league as well. That in and of itself, just the AI having access to what you have access as a user in and of itself is a game changer. And it means that, especially with, like, obviously to start with, everyone will have a set potential, but that will change as soon as you start playing games. So in theory, every save should be different. Every save will have different players that perform well and come to the front. In one save you might have a striker from Accrington that just fucking explodes. In another save you might have a defender from Blackburn that just explodes. It's wildly open to different. Yes, Cammy. All of the national teams that were added for the Worlds game will be in and retained for FC27 Career Mode. So there are over 50 nations in FC27 Career for you to manage, and obviously you've got the youth scouting for lots of different nations already, but for you to manage and the 48 team Worlds game competition will be retained for FC27 as well and beyond. So they're not just going back to the old format with that. Like the Worlds game was a specific mode for FC26. That will be part of the living, breathing career mode for FC27 and beyond. Yeah, first thing Jude wanted to do when I got home, Ben, was bring me a Mr. Potato Head that he'd made. It's like, Daddy, look, Daddy, look. He'd made it the day before and remembered that Nat had said, oh, we'll show Daddy that when he gets back. And as soon as he saw me out the window, and like Nat obviously brought him to the window when I was getting stuff out of the car and he waved at him, he immediately asked to get put down and went straight over to the Mr. Potato Head that he'd made the day before. And when I opened the front door, he was coming down the corridor looking at me with a Mr. Potato Head in his hand. Did I have a chance to get to see the post on X you posted? You've done it on Instagram too. Let me have a look at my thingies on here. Ben. Actually, it would be easier to check on Instagram. Let me have a look. I haven't got it, Ben, no. No, with a Mr. Potato Head toy. Where you like plug things into the holes. With a real potato would be fantastic. Maybe that's when he's slightly older we can make a Mr. Potato Head with an actual potato. Mireia, thank you very much for the follow. Or the subscription on YouTube, should I say. In general, based on what I've said so far and what you've read so far from the deep dives, etc., on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are you looking forward to FC27 Career Mode? And is that more so or less so than previous years? Because whilst in the comment section of the video that I put out with Pete, whilst there were some negative comments and people poo-pooing stuff, in general, it was actually quite a positive comment section. So I'd be curious to know if that's kind of widespread with you guys as well. Here we go. Instagram notification. Oh, you started following me. There you go. Are you referring to the post about you at the auction house, Ben? I can see that here now on your profile with your Syndicate original merch, which is sick. Is that Mummy Bessemer as well, alongside you? Yeah, we always have concerns that the features and modes or mechanics that they introduce won't work as intended. But the longer Andreas is there, the more confidence I have in the future of the mode. Like the team that make the game in the main are similar to that pre-Andreas, but I think that just the direction of the mode in general has been improved by Andreas. Andreas's kind of captaining of the ship, so to speak. That is the mother. I've not heard of the TV show The Travelling Auctioneer. Yeah, as ever as well. There's the mechanics that are being introduced need to be tuned well enough and work properly, and then there's it's a BBC show, is it? BBC show. And then there's B, the gameplay needs to work as well. They go hand in hand, so much so on career mode, because like all of the off-field stuff is redundant to an extent if it doesn't feel right when you play it. No, I'm glad it was able to provide some clarity to Massey, and I'm going to do, like I say, I've obviously now spent an hour and a half just explaining things yet further still with you guys. I am going to record this afternoon a response to some of the questions in the comments section, and I can again, if there's anything that I missed from the YouTube comment section, then we can cover it again from the from live chat, and I'll add that into the video as well. And I'll get some pictures up from the deep dive too, if we can find the relevant ones, because it'll be a very Bibby Bobby recording. I'll do kind of record a bit, stop, prep for the next question, record a bit, or do a piece to camera, stop, prep for the next question, etc. The screen with Jude. So this is what your like shortlist is going to look like. So it will look like that, and then there's the 3 stages of the transfers, etc. And then your squad hub will look like this with the player profile. You'll like scroll down your squad hub and then select a player and go into their profile, rather than it just be there for you to. Like at the minute, you go into squad hub. Get on the right tab. You go into squad hub, and you've got all of the stats immediately available to you there, where you can just scroll through like this. Whereas in the new one, you'll see this and your kind of overall player profile screen, which will most likely, I believe, if I recall correctly, look similar to this. But obviously, rather than it be the shortlist here, it will be your squad hub screen. So that will look like this. And then with this bit, this side will look like this. So you'll see the base stats and all of the important information. And then you will like press A on someone and go into their profile specifically, and then it will open up this screen, where then you can again, it gives you a bigger, better overview, and then you can go to attributes, or even on overview actually. Look, you just with the right stick, I imagine you flick across, but you get the dots. You can just flick across. And obviously you have the actions as well, which is what you get in this course. So it's a couple of extra button presses, but it's literally just like muscle memory will soon kick in. You just go boom boom and you're in. Muscle memory will definitely just kick in quite quickly with that, I think. I didn't find it too much of an issue when I was playing in April, put it that way. So yeah, with regards to that kind of transfer list stuff, you'll now have your shortlist, and then you have those players that are on the transfer list, and it's separated to then loan list and separated to those that are blocked. And then scouting will be its own main menu header, rather than just all under transfers. Right, have a think. I'm going to go and quickly. Oh, nice, Ben. Those things you want at auction, that's quite sick. I'm going to go and do what I mentioned. The offers won't show up. The offers... Hang on, let me get that back up so I can see it. So, offers will... This will... do you mean incoming offers or offers that you've put in? So I'm not incoming offers. I'm not sure how it will show here. I believe these. I'm not sure if there was a picture of it. There was a picture of it in the presentation. I'm not sure if there's a picture of it here, where it showed like multiple bids coming in. No, there's not. So it will, as far as I can recall, it will show. Let me scroll up. So just use this one as an example. It will show this bit slightly higher, and then you'll see all the individual offers 1, 2, 3, etc. underneath it. I can't adequately describe what it looks like, but it looks fine. Put it that way. Like, I can't adequately describe the aesthetic of it, but the aesthetic of it made sense and looks fine, as far as I can recall. But yeah, there are a few more menus and sub-menus now than there were previously, just to give you that bit more control, which is fine. Again, muscle memory will soon kick in and you'll figure out where everything is. The transfer room stuff is going to be huge, by the way. Transfer rooms can be massive. How many times have we butted into issues with valuations just being wrong and player wages being inaccurate for the level and all of that nature? That in theory should just be completely. There is a no. There's not a screenshot of multiple bids coming in, unfortunately. But transfer rooms should completely eliminate. Transfer rooms should completely eliminate everything to do with like the frustrations on that front, because they're effectively using the same 99.9% the same algorithm that transfer room uses in real life. So that will estimate the XTV, the estimated transfer value, will be based off a player's current ability, their potential, their morale, their fitness. Like if a player is super unfit, their value is going to go down. If a player is injured, their value is going to go down. If a player is high on form, their value is going to go up. But it's not necessarily a permanent change to value. It's just it just indicates what their current value is. You're right, Racket. It may be actually in the deep dive trailer itself. So let me find that, and then I can show you. I can show you it. That's the Ultimate Team one. Here we go. If it's yes, I'm not a robot. Fuck off.
Events and more.
Let me see if I can find it in here then. Was it in the first transfer bit? Can you remember whereabouts in the trailer it was? Presumably in the transfer. Oh, here you go. There you go. So, on the player profile, you get overview, attributes, and then there's a specific offers screen. So I did misremember, but there's a specific offers screen there. Look. There's an offers tab. Oh, yeah, you can see it here. Look, there's an offers tab. So on the player profile, there'll be an offers tab, and then you can see all the offers that are currently in for that player and when they came in. So obviously, if you see one that came in a while ago, then there's more risk of that one falling through because the team lose interest. Yeah, that's fair, Charlie. And that's what it looks like, which makes sense. Yeah, not much at all, eh, Kev? Right, for that, I'm going to go and have my break. I need to go... Basically, what I need to do is empty the washing machine and put it on the areas outside to dry. And I also need... I'll also use this break to go and have my... or make my lunch as well, and I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back and then we can carry on. So it might be It might be about a 20-minute break, maybe slightly longer, maybe slightly shorter. But no worries, Tomasi. Catch you later, dude. But obviously we've still got plenty more to do this afternoon, so I'm just having to do adult things because we're going away on holiday tomorrow and need washing to be dry to do so. So I'll be back. I'll put the be back soon screen on, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Like I say, let's go for 20 to 25 minutes, but I'll try and be as quick as possible. See you in a second. Bye bye. warm outside, isn't it? Jesus. What's mugging me decided to wear a black t-shirt today, thinking, oh, I'm only going to be in the office. Oh. You know when you do a wash and then there's a rogue tissue and it's just fucking everywhere? It was one of them. What's it for, Corgi? Nerves are a good sign. Nerves are a sign that it might potentially be the right position for you. To be fair, I think today's the last like super hot day. Tomorrow's gonna be quite warm, and then it like tails off after that. I am rusty as hell at this, but shall we? Account management role, it may be the end of your FIFAing all day. Well, fingers crossed, mate. As in, fingers crossed for the job. I mean, you can FIFA as much as you like, but... you cannot physically move your players in team management in FC27, Kev. Serie A appearances minus goals for Roma players. Yeah, I imagine just call you. Hey look, you applied for it, so it's clearly the job that you want. I'm sure you'll nail it, mate. Channel your inner wantage and you shall succeed. Oh, is that it? Yeah, all the best, bro. We're wishing you all the best. Salah was only there a year, right? $202 for Florenzi. Wasn't Kolarov at Roma? 83. Am I wrong with Szczesny at Roma? No, 72. I'm doing this out of pure curiosity to see what how high the number would be. 368 for Totti.
Francesco Totti.
That's at least 368 games for Totti without a goal. Oh, having Stratman. 92. Yeah, Lukaku wasn't there long enough, was he? Just done this in 5. Oh, nice. Rudiger, 54, and then Lukaku was there a season, right? So this should be... Oh, fuck. Alright. Now I'm in a little bit of a pickle. Dzeko was there for more than 1 year, right? 104. Oh, Dzeko would have been a good one. Balls. Roma for 17 to 27 appearances. Potentially no goals. Or minimal goals. You picked a random name you remembered who had literally the exact number of appearances. Really? Long. There's 52 checkouts and 3 0 checkouts here. Yeah, me and by my player. I was at Roma in one of them, wasn't I? Trying to think of a Roma player that wasn't there that long, hasn't been there that long. Did Pedro play for Roma? Pedro was at Lazio, right? 22! Babos! Thank you, Pedro. Player ruler. Please be within the last 20 years. I mean, not quite. 21. 13th Charlton from 05-06. Fucking Jesus Christ. Moroccan centre-back for Charlton between 2004 and 2007. Played 113 games for PSG, but that's such a long time ago. A Moroccan centre-back from that long ago, I am not going to get. I don't think. Does any... Obviously no names in chat. Does anybody know who this is? Either from knowledge or from having done it already. You know who it is, Mike? Sunderland on loan. It's 20 years ago. Would I know the player? Rumour chat, no names in chat, or Roy will hunt you down and beat you up with his didgeridoo. Thank you, mate. Thank you for the 18th month streak as well, dude. You don't think I'll know it? Initials. Let's just go straight for initials. You've cheated and you don't know him. Fair enough. T-E-K. I was going to say go Tareem, but that's popped up, so I'll go with that one. Ah! Tareem, no. Talal al-Karkori. Oh, Karkori, actually, I might know that. I might know Karkori. I wouldn't have pulled it out, but I think I recognise the name. I think I recognise Karkori as a name. Tottenham to Portsmouth 08-09. I'm going to go Defoe. If it's not Defoe, it'll be Crouch. It's not Crouch, it's a defender. Defender. Tottenham to Portsmouth as a defender. It's not, but I'm just putting anything. I was going to go Stephen Reed, but no, Reed. French defender. Kabul? Did Kabul go to Pompey? Kabul went to Pompey. Yes, Kabul. Mike would have got him because Watford. You'd buy a traditionally made one if you could find one, not a touristy one. Yeah, I don't know whether Defoe went straight to Pompey from Tottenham. I was going to say Defoe or Crouch. I don't know whether Crouch went... Crouch went Tottenham QPR for a season and then Pompey. Then Villa, Saints, Liverpool, Pompey again. Oh, and then Pompey back to Spurs. And then... Jermaine Defoe. He went Tottenham Pompey, but not in 06-07. Or not in 05-06, sorry. Went on loan for a single game and scored one. Really? Oh, okay, so he scored one on loan in that year, but then actually did move permanently. So he did bits for Sunderland for a couple of seasons, didn't he? Bits for Rangers for a year. Well, then not much. There you go. Boo that man. Yeah, what happened at Woking? These quizzes make you feel like you have zero Premier League knowledge. Yeah, it can be like that at times. I wanted more signings, but you didn't have the money, so he quit. Yikes.
Yike-a-doodles. That's not great. Hello, Ducky.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was a holiday in Vancouver. Yeah, good, thank you, Kimi. How are you, pal? Back for today, and then back live again on Saturday. It was a holiday. You went to business class on a flight to another country for a week. I mean, there was definitely a lot of work done whilst we were there, and not much play. Sure. Sure, dude. I had this crazy rumour about Tranmere's new keeper, Harrison Mayle. It talks with Carlisle as he was a free agent after York released him. Carlisle wouldn't pay more than £5 a week. He signed for Tranmere, and the rumours they're paying him £10 a week in League Two. £10 a week in League Two. Have Tranmere just got pennies to spend, or what? Conceded 2 on debut as well. In the Carabao Cup. Can't see wages, can you? Or transfer marks or anything. 25-year-old won National League with York last season, keeping 19 clean sheets. Not bad, eh? Signed a 1-year contract with Tranmere, just a 1-year deal. £10 a week, surely not in League Two. Sorry, sir. You got back. Of course, you were in Kos, weren't you, Ducky? You were about to get on your flight last time I was live. How was it, pal? How was your first excursion on a plane? Yeah, anything above 5k is punchy for League Two. Yeah, how was your trip on a plane, Duck? It was your first trip on a plane, right? Tranmere got Tom Ince as well, did they? Tom Ince is getting on a bit now, though, right? 34, yeah. I mean, look, he's dropped from the champion. They must be paying him fairly well because he played 27 games in the Championship last year. So they've got to be paying him fairly well. Nothing like you thought it would be. Developed a serious love for playing so. And Dougie went on another holiday immediately after that. No, we're all right, thank you. Right, so we're going to cover keep the deep dive up. Cover some of these questions here. Woking just signed someone from Gillingham. Might not be on that banging a wage at Gills. I think Cambridge still want to bring in another couple to fill out the squad, but it's a case of finances and timing. We've still got a month yet till the window ends. Shad Ogie. Shadrach Ogie. 24-year-old defender, Irish. Jill's paid for him as well from Orient. Was a bit part player last year, look. Or whether that was from injury or not. Neil Harris liked him though, apparently. Competitive, quick, aggressive, left-footed, and possessing a good passing range. Just got released by Jules. I don't know what's going to happen with Newcastle at the minute. They're obviously in a transition phase, aren't they? I highly doubt we offered 750 grand for someone, Kev. We're not that sort of punchy at the minute. I don't think we've got those sorts of finances to be throwing around. Hall wanted to leave because of Howe. Howe's gone, you do the maths. Oh, is it one of those, is it? Luke Shaw played every minute of every game last year. You want Luke Shaw to go? Still only 31. The most consistent season of Rory needs sleep, he's talking crap. Yeah, fair enough. Pete O'Rourke. Want Harry Boys. I think Harry Boys is supposed to be pretty fucking good, right? Don't know anything about him, Gamble. Scalvini to Newcastle. When was this tweeted, Kev? Middle of the week. Semi Smollett's going to Derby on loan. Liam Kelly's supposed to be pretty decent, right? Oh, they were not. Every time I see Hervé Renard, I just get filled with dread. But he's actually a decent manager now, isn't he? Need to update transfers for Ipswich as well, don't we? Tommy Watson, go to Leicester online. Didn't really happen for Watson at Sunderland, did it? Brighton after he left Sunderland. Miles has gone to Rotherham, so he's back in League 2 again. Has he played for Rotherham before? Has Martin played for Rotherham before? I can't remember whether he has or not. Cambridge had a bid rejected as of July 27th. Made an improved bid. Cambridge might finally stop their goalmouth from looking like a sieve. Literally had the best defensive record in the entire Football League last year. He's only 22. He's only 22. He wouldn't be a starter. He'd be a squad player behind Eastie. Plenty of time to learn. Is Champions League draw today? It might be a bot, but it seems like an odd place for a bot to pop up. You know what I mean? I'll give Pete a follow, see if there's anything else that comes up from lower league stuff. He's got weak wrists. Yeah, but that can be trained. You can work on your strength and durability and stuff. He's got weak wrists, then that's on Carlisle's coaching staff for not identifying that as a weakness and working on it. I wouldn't want to pay 750 grand for someone though, especially a goalkeeper. In all honesty. Right, let's take things back to the kitchen and then we can record the follow-up to that career mode video. Now that we've covered most things. There is a specific tweet, is they're referring to the actual value of the bid. Of course this season's very important for United. Today's YouTube video, when it goes live, is the Serie B playoffs. So hopefully be a video that goes down well. Why did they show gameplay in a career mode deep dive? Because gameplay split now, isn't it, Rafi, since last year into competitive for online modes and authentic. Authentic gameplay is tailored for a career mode experience, so it's pertinent to career mode. Is important. Right. Let's start here. And then, God, don't look at me though. And then we'll take it from there. Fuck's sake, Ducky. Not aging, definitely aging. I'm definitely aging. I'll take it, Kimi. I'll take it. You look back at an older me, so to speak, go backwards in time. I definitely look younger than I do right now. What would I buy with 900 footies tokens? I'm not a fuck guy, so soz. Nothing. I don't know what I'd buy with 900 footies tokens because I don't play the mode. But thank you for the follow. Vertex. So we're gonna. What time is it now? 1 o'clock. We've got 3 hours. We'll record this kind of Q&A-esque follow-up to the deep dive and the interview with Pete, and then we need to make Seeks' guy for the RTG. I'd be tempted to update transfers actually for the Ipswich save before recording anything. I think that we need to do as well, so that I don't get 2 weeks behind on transfers before I get back for next Saturday. Right. This is probably going to be not free-flowing a recording, but that's the nature of it. Thank you for your fantastic support for the video that went out a couple of days ago with regards to the interview with Pete, with the career mode deep dive going live as well. You guys got all of the information in the giant article that went along with it, and the interview with Pete on my channel too. I imagine there's a couple of other career mode guys that might have been able to get an interview with Pete as well. So I'm going to be in this video responding to and answering as many of the questions that you put in the comment section as I possibly can. I've also had some comments from live chat as well, as I'm back for a day recording this video too, so I will get to those as well. This would be more of a kind of cut heavy Bibby Bobby video rather than kind of the elongated free-flowing conversation I had with Pete in the previous video, so do bear with that. Hopefully you will enjoy and get some more clarification on some of the points that you felt that you didn't quite have an understanding of from the updates coming to career mode. I can't obviously answer everything, I obviously don't know everything, but anything I do know and can share with you, I shall. I do have a gameplay video coming with an interview with Bogdan as well. I haven't yet edited that, but I will get it to you as soon as I possibly can. And then if there are any follow-up questions from there with that as well, then we can do this sort of thing for that too. But thank you for the support on that video with the interview with Pete. Overwhelmingly, still obviously a handful of not so much, but overwhelmingly positive comment section with regards to the changes that are coming for career mode, which is quite refreshing to see, and hopefully just from a my career point of view actually means that we might have a decent cycle for FC27 if there's more interest in the mode. But I got lots of comments to get to. We'll work our way through them here. Like I say, it's going to be a bit cut heavy, but I'll try and give you as much clarity and information as I possibly can about what's coming for FC27. Now I've got to have a reason. How do you think I should? What would you expect as a viewing audience member here, chat, for a YouTube video? Would you expect full screen me still and a Gyatso screenshot of a comment, or would you expect this with me scrolling through the comments and then responding to them in kind? Hey, Sussex. Sussex referee. Sussex referee? AD, be it you. Showing the comments, maybe highlighting them would be more. Yeah, that's fair. It is. How are you, sir? We've not seen you for a while. Hope you're well, mate. No, full screen talking might not work for the brain rot people, that's fair. Right. I might start by just sorting by top comments and doing the... Well, to be fair, the first couple aren't actually related to the thingy. Or actually questions, it's more people agreeing. Let's go newest, but then start at the bottom. As far as I'm aware, Rafi, there are no changes to Youth Academy for this cycle that I'm aware of, or that I can remember. There's obviously a very heavy impetus on the dynamic OVR and the transfer stuff. Been a difficult few months just coming out this. Well, coming out the other side is coming out this other side, isn't it, Eddie? So that's positive, mate. Sorry to hear you've had another set of difficult few months, but fingers crossed things are on the way up, mate. Always only an email away if you need to vent or anything. But yeah, all is well at our end, thank you. The little one is not as little as he was. And at the minute, not as challenging as he was as well, which is good. He's a good little boy right now. Ah, oh, Ron, no way. Which teams we're going to manage first? The first save we're going to do right at launch, as soon as I've got access to the game, the plan is to do Coventry in the Premier League. As a secondary save, I'm leaning towards Manchester United, but not yet sure if I'll do one outside of the English divisions first and then go to Man United. So I'm not running 2 Premier League saves at the same time. But we'll wait and see. Frank Lamches. No, I'll just do it as Frank. Could do Sevilla. We did Valencia last year, didn't we? And played in Spain. We did Valencia at launch, and then Palace went able. He picked up a FC Cologne shirt in Turkey. Was it authentic? Yeah, I still need to email AD and Andy about changing potentially making alterations to the spreadsheet to do the German realistic RTG. That will most likely come in the new year, just as this RTG came in the new year. Or like it was end of November, I think we started, didn't we? Beginning of December. It was. You picked up a fake and an authentic one. One to ruin and one to keep. Oh, nice. A lot of people do whole, yeah. A lot of people do Cov as well, but hopefully ours can stand out, he says.
Hopefully.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, AD. I just haven't gotten around to sending the email yet. Andy was in the other day as well. Dropped by for a brief period. I'm not going to do a launch creator club. I'm not saying no to doing a creator club, because a creator club has worked quite well with the Brescia save, but I'm not leaning towards doing a creator club at the minute. Well, let me get the deep dive to the bit about creator challenges. Do I make this? I might make this a bit bigger. Make the screen a bit bigger so it's a bit more in focus. Kind of hard to do that with the way that the screen is set up at the minute. Let me do this. That'll work better, won't it? There we go. I mean, we could do, depending on what it's like for kits, etc. We could use 1860 Munich for a realistic RTG as a creator club, but I think I'd probably lean towards someone who's actually in game. But yeah, a build a nation with 1860 would be a good idea if we weren't already potentially planning a realistic RTG in that division. I mean, I could just do another, now that Cambridge are in League One, I could just do another realistic RTG with Cambridge in League One, which would be still a lot of fun. Cheese, thank you for the 6 months in advance, mate. That's very good of you. 7th total at the moment. Yeah, they got relegated for financial reasons.
Ado?
So we'll start actually with a question that regards something that we didn't cover in the interview with Pete, or I've not mentioned it really elsewhere in anything else, and that's with regards the creator challenges that has been mentioned here by Ganesh. Now, obviously, in 26, there are live challenges that are set and made by EA, and that's it. In 27, you're going to be able to build your own. So every lever and toggle that they have in the background to create a challenge themselves will be made available to us as users via either the PC app or a PC website or an app on your phone, and you can create challenges of your own to varying degrees of detail. Like I say, we've got access to everything that the devs have. On top of that, and also with regards to the actual specific question here from Ganesh, just as a side note, you can create your own and share them with anyone you like. It's just going to be like sharing a code like you do with tactics, etc. Although it's a more recognizable code that's just text, numbers and letters, as opposed to hashtags and percentage signs, etc., like it can be for tactics. But on top of that, there are creator challenges as well. So if you remember back in squad battles, and on FUT a few years ago, there'd be like a Bates 87 week on squad battles where if you played against this team and you got a certain score, you could unlock a Bates 87 themed kit and a Bates 87 themed ball, etc., and some other vanity items. With the creator challenges, it's going to be something similar. So they'll work with a number of content creators in the career mode space and maybe outside the career mode space as well to try and garner some extra interest. And then once you've completed those creator challenges, we've not got to the fine details of this yet, but the high level point is that I could have a kit created in my own design that then you guys could unlock via completing the challenge that you could then use in a creator club save. So we could actually work to get some really nice kits for creator club saves. Now, obviously, I would most likely do a Cambridge themed one and a handful of other English division ones and maybe some journeyman-esque style saves. But there's a lot of potential in creator challenges this year and just building your own challenges in general. I could even do a series where you guys build me like a one season challenge and I take on your challenges in content on the channel. That would be quite fun as well. There's a lot we can do with that creator challenge aspect of career mode this year, and that's something that we've not even touched the surface with yet, with regards actually even talking about it, let alone actioning it. So I am looking forward to utilising that, because the live challenges previously weren't necessarily something I was that bothered about, because the EA ones just didn't tickle my pickle. But you guys could certainly come up with something more creative and something that would go down well as YouTube content as well. So that's definitely something where you guys can get hands-on in the content, as well as, you know, creating yourselves a lot of content for your own playtime, etc. Say it's going to be a bit Bibby Bobby chat. It's going to bounce from question to question. Leicester are an option for a more long-term save as well, Ron. That's definitely an option. We could do Coventry on the up and Leicester on the way down. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to do Leicester though in League One, and if we aren't able to figure something out for a German realistic RTG, then I won't do Leicester, because I'd want to do another English RTG from League One, not with Leicester. But I would definitely be open to doing Leicester if we are going to do a German realistic RTG. And Leicester will obviously, yeah. Well, it depends how many more players leave, but it would probably still be quite easy to get out of League One. Yeah, there's not much challenge there. It was, Ron. Yeah, it was as an option. It was mentioned, but without committal, committal, without a committal. What was with the big women's game. Charlie got involved in the comment section there as well. This was just, that was yeah, tactical view one. See how the tactics work this year. There aren't really any changes coming to tactics per se, I don't think. I can't recall. Don't think, no changes to tactics, no changes to the youth academy. You might be able to send 3 scouts to the same nation now. I don't want to commit to say yes to that because I might have misremembered something, but potentially. I don't think there was anything else, anything mentioned about youth career, was there? Nobody mentioned any questions about unexpected events, actually. But there's a lot more unexpected events. Let's make a note of things that we want to cover that weren't mentioned in comments. So let me get a notepad document up. Not in FC27, Ian, no. Okay, let's start. It's not actually a question per se, but more a hope into the darkness of the internet. This one isn't a specific question per se, but certainly a thought I'd seen echoed amongst live chatters on social media and in the comment section, etc., about the realism of the AI transfers. So obviously, they've made a number of overhauls to the transfer system with the introduction of the transfer room aspect and the dynamic overall aspect. There's also a leaning towards the tuning of the transfers to make them more realistic. Now, the trip to Canada was more gameplay orientated, but as you guys know, I was in Romania, in Bucharest, in April to get hands-on with career mode with regards kind of the new mechanics and the off-pitch stuff, as well as some on-pitch stuff. And timing. It's my fault for having alerts still enabled for this, it's fine. I could probably phrase that a bit better as well, to be fair. So thank you, Liam, for encouraging me to redo it. Thank you for the 41st month, mate. I am well, thank you, pal. Hope you're good too. I don't know about objectives, to be honest, Ron. I don't want to commit either way. I hope they've made changes to it, but I can't confirm. This one isn't a question per se in the way it's phrased here in the comment section, but it's certainly something I've seen crop up a few times from yourselves in the comment section, from yourselves on social media and in live chat as well, whilst we've been recording this and some of the earlier chat we've done on stream. So the AI transfer realism is better. I won't say it's perfect. This week previous in Canada was more authentic gameplay orientated, but as you guys know, I was in Bucharest in Romania in April to get hands-on with the career mode dev team for the actual core mechanics of the mode off the pitch. And certainly the realism of the transfers was one of the main focuses in that 3 or 4 day session that we spent there in the offices in Bucharest. So whilst there were a couple that still perhaps needed a bit of a tweak, because of the use of the transfer room system and the way that the player valuations fluctuate with the dynamic overall, but the fact that they're rooted in a core realistic algorithm now that transfer room use in real life that's replicated in game, The values were certainly a lot more realistic. Like you see Josh mention here about Getafe buying a player for 100 million quid, etc. That is certainly not something that I saw in person in April, but we were still in season 1. So everything is obviously said with a pinch of salt. I've not got 5 seasons in and seen how it develops with transfer room, etc. But my experience with what I've played so far is that yes, transfers are more realistic. There are more loans, as you would see in real life. The destination of players is more as you might expect in real life. Like English players tend to stay in the English divisions, or you don't tend to see players go from rival club to rival club. It is still possible, especially with the options you can set up for a save, with how lenient the transfers are likely to be. But certainly you are much less likely to see clubs go from rival to rival. I don't know if there was a thing last year, wasn't there, where a player would move from here to there and then to original club's rival. I didn't experience any of that either, so hopefully that's fixed too. But with regards to the realism of the values, transfer-wise, the values wage-wise, and the destination of transfers, in my experience thus far, it is improved for FC27, yes. Lack of a new trophy cutscene. I agree with Wolford here that it is quite frustrating that there is a lack of new trophy lift cutscenes. They did make an addition a few years ago with a couple of extra cutscenes for trophy lifts, but obviously they're still very samey. There are also scenes that you do tend to skip quite a bit. Obviously try and leave them in for content, but a lot of people I know do skip those scenes. I absolutely get that. You want some new cutscenes, and we have got some on the transfer side. But with regards to the cup lifting ceremonies, etc., I am still with you that yes, we'd love some new cutscenes in that regard. But I would also be of the opinion that overarching big mechanical changes like dynamic OVR and a transfer system, etc., are far more important than a new cutscene for a trophy lift. You're not going to experience potentially a trophy lift for the entirety of a save, depending on what you're doing, but you are going to experience and want to interact with new core mechanics throughout every save. So yes, it's on the to-do. I presume it's on the to-do list. I hope it's on the to-do list. I can reiterate that it should be on the to-do list, but I'm not that fussed at the minute that it's not a thing, because there were a lot of core issues that needed solving before we got to the extra bells and whistles of, you know, cutscenes here and cutscenes there, etc. With regards to the youth academy that Football Crazy mentions here, I can't recall any changes that are being made to the youth academy. So at this stage, I'm going to say no, but don't quote me on that. There's nothing mentioned in the deep dive. I can't recall anything mentioned in any of the presentations we've had or any of the hands-on we had back in Romania in April. I don't believe there's any youth academy changes coming, but something might be in the works that they've not told us about yet, or it might just not be a focus this year, as there's clearly quite a lot of development time and cost gone into the dynamic OVR and the transfer systems, etc. So I don't think so yet. Maybe it's on the mark for 28 or 29, I don't know, but I don't believe there's any youth academy changes at the moment. Equally, Evan says, did they mention anything about online career mode? They have not mentioned anything about online career mode for FC27. Andreas has actually responded to a few tweets on social media. And I'll get those up now, actually. He quote tweeted... Where is it? Was it a quote tweet? Was it a response? Might have been a response to Nick. So it was a response to Nick. What's Nick's handle? what's Nick's handle? Nick RTFM. That's it. Right. Nick RTFM. It would be. To be fair, I probably could have found it on Andreas's replies as well. But he's probably been replying to quite a few people. To be fair. Is it in here? Yeah, here you are. So Nick Run the Foot Market said, how the hell is there not online career mode, etc., etc. And Andreas responded, so they have addressed it a few times, but to reiterate it again, and obviously Andreas has only been leading the team for 3 years or so, that online career mode is absolutely part of a list of things they want to do, but there's no point shoehorning online career mode into a game mode that has core features and functionality that isn't going to work with online career mode. So there's a lot of other things that need to be tweaked, reinvented, reimproved, upscaled before online career mode can become a thing. So it is on the to-do list, but it's not on the FC27 list at the moment. But it's certainly something that I am continually pushing for, and a number of others are as well, for online career mode in whatever iteration that may be. Because online career mode for me takes the guise of an FM network save, where you, me, and a handful of others on a private career mode save that effectively works just like a normal save, but you're in charge of your team, I'm in charge of mine. For some people, online career mode is, or it means something entirely different. It might just be that you come in and play as my opposition, or you come in and you play alongside me as a co-op career mode type thing online. You kind of got to nail down what you want it to be in what format before you can then actually build it, if you know what I mean. But and Andreas mentions a number of things here that needed to be, or need to be still in some cases, ironed out, figured out, before then you can put the core online functionality in. It's on the to-do list. I'm pushing for it as hard as I possibly can, and have been the entire time that I've been in the creator network or in the design council, but not yet. As of recording this, the grounds deep dive hasn't come out yet. I'm not sure when you'll see this. It might still be pre-grounds embargo, but what I can say that shouldn't break any embargo is that the grounds and career mode aren't linked. There is no career mode like way in, no way of doing the grounds through career mode. They're separate entities, separate game modes. What I can say is, with regards the vanity stuff, like mentions Volta there and all the extra vanity stuff that Volta had that you didn't have in career mode, as far as I'm aware, you will have a lot more managerial customization options available to you in career mode this year, whether that's related to the grounds or whether that's old Volta stuff or just old stuff that's been in the database but not being made available to the user. As far as I'm aware, that is going to change, and you'll have lots more customization options with regards your own player or your own managerial character, etc. That's my understanding. I haven't tested it. I didn't look for it. That's what I'm told. Brandon mentions national teams. You're quite right. It is a global game. It's, bear with this, is going to sound a little bit commercial, but it's the World's Game, and the World's Game is coming into FC27 just in general in save. So obviously FC26 had the World's Game as a separate mode that introduced loads of new national sides that weren't previously in the game. those national sides are going to be in FC27, and the World's Game as a tournament is moving across to 27 and beyond as well. So there was only like 25 or something national sides in 26 pre-World's Game. There's now over 50, including World's Game, in 26, and obviously in career mode for FC27 there's going to be over 50 as well. All of those nations move across, so you can manage those nations in managerial career mode, and the tournament as a whole for the World Cup whenever it comes around in save for FC27 is going to be the 48 team World Cup that you see in real life and saw in the World's Game mode in FC26. This kind of ties into that previous question where it says, why can't more national teams be added? And mentioning here from Panic to Paris about face scans, etc. That sort of thing isn't the career mode team's responsibility, or they don't have anything to do with it. They don't have any influence in those areas. That's all purely licensing, especially when including when it comes to things like kits and stadiums and national team rights and star heads, player faces, etc. That's got nothing to do with the career mode team. Unfortunately, the career mode team can put across and do put across our need or our want and need for improvements in those areas. We want more grounds, we want more leagues, we want more national teams, we want updated player face scans, etc. as readily and as regularly as possible. But it's and they butt their heads against it as much as we do. Like, we want the stuff. The career mode team want to put the stuff in, but it's all legal licensing stuff. They butt their heads against it as much as we butt our heads against it. But as soon as legal stuff is figured out, as soon as they can bring more leagues to the game, they will. As soon as they can bring more national teams to the game, they will. As soon as they can add more face scans to the game and updated face scans to the game, they will. We are having, as far as I'm aware, at launch, one new league with the Mexican League coming back. That was, again, a licensing thing. Lost the licensing for the Mexican League. Licensing for the Mexican League is coming back. And there is, they've only hinted at this, and Pete actually mentioned it in the interview as well. There is supposedly some more stuff coming in January, but I don't know what that is. That's not me hiding behind an NDA. They haven't even told us that have signed NDAs what it is that they're planning to come for January or early 2027 calendar-wise. So there's more stuff coming, but I don't know what that is or any other further details than that, I'm afraid. I'm as in the dark as you are, even with an NDA signed. So some things I know, some things I don't. I'm not the oracle of FC career mode. With regards Creator Club, as Phenomenal CT mentions here, I don't believe there are any changes to Creator Club. There may well be some extra kits or badges, but I'm not entirely too sure. Of course, I've previously mentioned the creator challenges that can then subsequently add some more kits for you on Creator Club. But with regards to the core of the mode, I don't think anything is changing in any detail. I don't think there's much that needs to change in terms of the core of the way the mode works. But new kits and badges are always welcome, and I don't know if there are any at launch. But obviously, as I say, with the creator challenges, there's at least a way now for us, hopefully, to, as creators, get some more kits in Creator Club for you guys. Could even do, perhaps for some creator challenges, competitions where you guys can design kits for my creator challenge that then goes in the game, that then you can download in the save. We'll just have to wait and see how that looks at launch. We've not had any further conversations about that side of things yet. The regens I want to talk about specifically as well. Let me just go for a quick toilet break, chat, and then we can do the regens. BRB. Was the regen stuff in the pitch notes chat? I can't remember if I saw it in the pitch notes. Mid to the end of September for the release date. Is that what you anticipate the January update to be, Luke? The Asian Cup. Yeah, Ultimate Edition and Ultimate and Ultimate Plus both have early access, yes. 7 days early access. Don't expect too much for FC27 for player career. Smalls. For the future, who knows? But for 27, no. Other than the rivals system. Was it in here? Was the regions in here? Whereabouts was the regen stuff? Was it this bit? Yeah, there you go. So there's mention in the chat of the regens, which is obviously has been a big frustration or a big talking point for a number of years now. I mentioned it in the thumbnail of the video. I don't think Pete actually dwelled on it or mentioned it in the interview, but I can absolutely mention it here. He's mentioned in the pitch notes here with the way that generated players are going to change, but I can basically give you the rundown here. So let's use Messi as an example. Messi, or a player that has high potential in the latter stages of their career. Let's say a 90, it's not 90 rated, but I don't know, with dynamic over here, I might be able to grow him a little bit. Let's say a 90 rated Messi retires at Inter Miami in FC27. In FC26, that would mean then that a 90 potential right wing with Cam would spawn in either Inter Miami's youth system or in MLS as a whole. Now, that is not the case anymore. There will still be a 90 potential player spawn, but there might be the odd occasion when it is just a right wing that's Argentinian, but it should not be, or most likely will not be, the same position, most likely will not be the same nation or nationality, and most likely won't be in the same division. So there will be a 90 potential someone in the save, but who and where is a mystery, which is where the scouting system will come in, and of course where if they spawn in them, the deeper simulation leagues will come in, so you can see their growth with deeper, or like if they're going to let me start that whole thing again, because I've kind of fumbled over my words a little bit there now. Something to do with the way that the database is coded, Smalls, from years and years and years ago. That's why regens exist. Pregens is actually something I didn't ask about, but I'm hoping this system will neutralize pregens as well. But I haven't clarified that. I will point out I haven't clarified that. Mentioned in the comment section here is something that actually we didn't actually get to in the interview with Pete, but the thumbnail mentioned it, that there were changes to the way that regens work. It is in the pitch notes, and it's in this section of the pitch notes just above the Liga MX introduction. So it doesn't quite tell you exactly how it's going to work here. So let me give you a bit of an example so you can kind of fully understand it. In FC26, for example, let's use Messi. and let's presume he's got a 90 potential. He doesn't, but, you know, slightly earlier in his career. A 90 potential Messi in 26 would retire, and then in his place would spawn in the database a 90 potential Argentinian right wing with his secondary positions, either in the youth academy of Inter Miami, or just in that league. However, that's gone entirely. That system is gone entirely. Replacing it is a system that says there is a 90 potential player that's been regenerated in the save, but he's not necessarily going to be Argentinian. He's not necessarily going to be a right wing player, and he's also not going to necessarily be in that league. There, I'm sure, will be unique scenarios where it looks like a regen when he's in the same league or team or etc. etc. But that example, right wing Argentinian 90 rated potential player could be a Hungarian centre back playing in Switzerland, or, you know, insert your own plethora of different factors. So that's going to mean that previously you could just be like, I'm just going to look for the Messi regen when Messi retires. You can't do that anymore. You could search for someone with a scouting system to try and find, you know, the future star type stuff with your youth scouts or with your first team scouts, but it's not going to be obviously evident immediately who is coming up as that next generation of high potential players. They will exist, but they're now random and you've got to find them. I haven't had pre-gens clarified, and I'll make that point. I don't know about pre-gens. I will ask the question, and if I get an answer, I will let you know what they say about pre-gens. I'm hoping this system covers pre-gens as well. It might not. The hope is obviously that it does. But regens as a whole, where the player retires and then respawns in the database, is now altered and won't be as obvious. It will be more realistic. Obviously, there has to be some higher potential youth players in the system, and this is now a way to guarantee that some are in the system, but not just generated in the exact likeness of the person that they're replacing. Dynamic weather. Boulder Boy here mentions dynamic weather. Now, I don't know how dynamic weather works in Madden. They've not said anything about dynamic weather for FC27. But what I can say is, with my experience having minimally with a sample side played with it so far, that, as you well know, in the past few iterations, I've turned wet weather off because there's been issues with the gameplay. In my experience playing with wet weather on FC27 thus far, those issues are removed. So at launch, I will be playing with wet weather on. It's not dynamic weather, as I imagine what Boulder Boy is referencing to here in Madden, where it can change throughout the course of the game. You start sunny and then it starts raining, etc. That's not in. You're either dry or you're wet or it's snowing, etc. But it works. Basically, is the core of what I'm trying to say. You'll have some slightly, but in context, heavy touches, poorer trapping errors, mistakes, etc. Crucially, so do the AI as well, so you can take advantage of those just as they'll try and take advantage of yours. And in my limited sample size so far, it worked well. It was fun. I liked it. There's also, I don't know if they'll have shown it in any gameplay so far, there's also something called a slip turn. So say you're playing in the wet or the snow and you're running and you try and turn in a relatively unrealistic angle, it's quite rare. It doesn't happen all the time at all, but your guy will turn and slip and he'll lose his footing and won't be able to turn as acutely, as responsively as you might like him to. That sounds OP or sounds super frustrating, but it is rare. It's not going to happen all the time. It's not going to happen every game in the wet. It's going to happen relatively rarely. I haven't seen it yet. I had it showed to me where we just tried to make it do it, but in just playing the game, I haven't had it happen to me yet when playing. I've seen some trapping errors and some first touch errors from me and from the AI, but the slip turns are in there because I was shown them and they look good and they're contextual, and that's the most important thing. So no dynamic weather, but wet weather and snowy weather, etc., are worth having on in FC27, at least in the iterations that I've played so far, which hopefully will translate to launch as well. Obviously, everything that I'm talking about here is what I've played either pre-beta or like that sort of version, not the beta, but you know what I mean, like a beta version of the game or a pre-alpha version of the game, etc. Everything so far with wet weather is worth having on and using, because it will be realistic and fun. Whilst obviously, like, the real sport has frustrations in it. You will get frustrated at the occasional heavy touch. You will get frustrated at the occasional wayward pass. But it makes sense. And from a realism point of view, which is what my channel tends to lean towards, big thumbs up. That I don't know, but I can try and clarify. Then let me put questions for Andreas bit. Pre-gens. Stats for lone players. Or seeing stats for lone players. Yeah, this I wholeheartedly agree with. Career Mode developers, in fairness, are doing a good job the last couple of years compared to the 10 previous before that. Everything that you're seeing that's positive now is since Andreas took over the helm of the ship, so to speak. Andreas is a developer that is a core big Career Mode player that just so happens to now be the guy that's in charge of the mode that he has a big passion for. So you're seeing the fruition of that now. This is actually a good indication of kind of the time scales involved, and I never really understood these until I got the peek behind the curtain, etc. But Andreas has been there 3 years now, and we're, because of just the time it takes to develop and code and make and test all these things, it takes 2 to 3 years for stuff to actually be a thing. And we're starting to see the things be a thing now with 26 and now 27. So hopefully yet further for 28, 29 and beyond, it will just continue to ramp up, to snowball and to peak. So and I've said this to the guys in person as well, I'm really pleased with the direction of Career Mode since Andreas took over. I'm very much on board with pretty much everything that he's done so far and everything that he has planned for the future. So I think we're in a very good spot with Career Mode, and I hope that that spot is going to remain being the spot. And whilst Andreas is there, I have confidence that it will continue to be the spot. I think that's kind of... Oh no, that was the top comments, wasn't it? With regards do the AI use installments and clauses with you as well when making bids? Yes. And with regards the squad role for lone players, I don't believe so. In the build in April, not necessarily just kind of dovetailing from that, in the build in April, in my squad hub, I could see whether a player was happy, like specifically, I can't remember whether this was in April, so it's a few months ago, whether it was specifically exactly how many minutes they had or how many minutes they were expecting and how well that was being managed. Previously, like, you had no idea on the behind the scenes of how much a crucial player needed to play, or how many minutes a crucial player needed, or an important player or a sporadic player, to be able to manage their morale. But obviously, morale is vitally important to the way that the development of a player works now with the dynamic OVR and the potential system. So seeing how many minutes a player wants is crucial in making sure that you can manage that. And I didn't check it in Canada last week, but in April in Bucharest, there was a functionality within a player's profile that showed you how many minutes they expected. Whether that's still in a current build, I don't know. Don't hold me to it. Don't quote me on it. And then when it's not there, be like, Chess said it was in. I'm not saying it's in. I'm saying it was a thing in its infancy, but it might not have made the full build. But it's something that I think is a great idea. And if it is in the game, 2 thumbs up. If it isn't in the game, make sure it's in 28 as far as I'm concerned. I'm not saying it isn't in the game. I'm not saying it is in the game. I'm saying that they have something of that ilk either in its infancy or it's coming. But either yes, it's coming or not quite yet. I don't know. But it's on the radar and has been implemented in some fashion. But I only have a small sample size. Like I said, I didn't go like 8 months into a season, let alone multiple seasons, etc. with my testing. So it's a hope for the best. C2W says if you put in an offer in the player and they accept it, and then another club comes in for said player and outbids you, can you go back in and renegotiate and try and outbid that outbidding club? The answer is yes. You will get outbid at times for players that you're trying to get, be that free agents contractually or players that you've bid for, had a transfer offer accepted, but contract negotiations you might get outbid for, or just in general overall transfer value you might get outbid for, and you will get the chance to renegotiate that. You won't necessarily just instantly lose the opportunity to get that player. That said, that just because you can go in and renegotiate doesn't mean you're going to be able to guarantee that you get the player every time. It's not just kind of a stumbling block in the way of ensuring that you get the player you want every time, which is how things have been in the previous insert number of years, where if you bid for a player, you're getting that player if you got the money. That's not the case anymore, and won't be the case either contractually or transfer fee wise when the game launches. I don't think that 26 people saying that 26 was a shambles. Was it? I know there was the issue with the contracts at launch, but I feel like 26 was better than 25. Yikes. There is a trio of questions here from Ria Roval that says, do we have the option to have salary as yearly, not weekly? I don't believe so. I think it's still just weekly salary. Weekly salary is kind of the standard for the sport. Obviously, in American sports, it's done as a yearly, but the standard for the sport is weekly. So I think that's still going to be the case in FC27. At least I can't recall seeing anything that let you change it from weekly to monthly or yearly, but I might be wrong. There might be something in there that I didn't see or that they haven't figured out yet. Flexibility to organise friendly matches in pre-season. No, I believe the pre-season tournament is still the pre-season tournament. They've not made any changes there. Obviously, they can't change everything all at once, and there have been so many big changes this year that little things like a cutscene of a trophy lift or a pre-season tournament aren't there yet, but they're on the to-do list. They're just not near the top of it. And will the game have the real number of players on the bench, 15 and not 9? That depends on the laws of the tournament that you're playing in or the competition that you're playing in. I don't know what those current limitations are in real life for clubs or whether they're implemented in FC or not. I just don't know. If it were FM, I'd say absolutely it will accurately reflect whatever the laws are in real life. In FC, I can't guarantee that. Licensed broadcast, it's licensing, I don't know. There are a couple in here though, aren't there? So I'm going to cover a couple here from Jur de Vries's comment. Obviously, we've spoken about licensing previously, so I don't know of any changes, and the Career Mode team haven't mentioned any change, probably because it's tied up in legal stuff if there are changes coming to licensing for players or clubs like Inter, and the loss of Serie A licenses, etc. And a couple of others. I don't expect the new camp to be in 27. I think that license might have expired or might be expiring, so maybe Camp Nou for 28. But don't quote me on anything. I don't know, and it's not the Career Mode's job, responsibility. They have any input. All we can do is just ask and continue to push for. Manually change positions. That is not in FC27. Fitness, without the training plans, it basically is just more realistic. There's obviously going to be a behind-the-scenes system that manages the fitness of your players based on how much they exert themselves, what their stamina stats are, how frequently your games come. So you won't be able to manually concentrate more on fitness than morale, because that system doesn't exist anymore. It's all about the dynamic OVR. So in my experience with what I've played so far, I did have to manage my squad more with lower stamina players. Certainly at Cambridge when I tested that in April in Bucharest, and certainly as well with Coventry in my brief test with them in Vancouver as well. I had to, thank you Simon for the subscription on Twitch, I had to take players out for fitness. I had to take players out for injury as well. I don't think there's a comment about this in the comment section, and I haven't mentioned it actually to live chat yet either, but injuries are significantly changed, or significantly enough changed for FC27. I had a player that was slightly tired. I played him at Coventry for the next game despite the fact he was about 80% stamina, and he picked up a pulled calf in that game and was out for a few days. Only days, not weeks, only days, and I didn't have any broken toes throughout the entirety of it either, but I believe he picked up a pulled calf because I played him whilst he was tired, and he played the full 90 as well. And as a result, he picked up a little muscular injury from that. I also had a player that was out for 2 to 3 weeks with a sprain in his knee, I think, or something of that regard. And that wasn't instigated by him being tired, but he just picked up a new injury that I hadn't seen before that was a short-term injury in like my second game. So immediately, without touching sliders for injury frequency or injury severity, etc., I was getting injuries. I was having to manage my squad. Fitness wasn't a factor in that, but also it happened organically anyway, even to a player that started a game fully fit. So in the five games I played with Coventry, I had one organic injury through a game, and maybe 2 organic injuries through a game actually, and one that was as a result of me playing a tired player and running him into the ground in that next fixture as well. So that's not necessarily what was asked here, but it's something that has come from the development of that. And with regards to development plans, I don't believe there's any change on the development plans side. Weak star, skill moves, etc. That's something that I don't believe. They might have, I don't know. It's not something we delved into or something I can recall. It is something I would continue to push for if they haven't. It's obviously something I've been using a mod for in my saves recently on PC that takes out the development of skill moves and weak foot, etc. I don't know on that front. I don't think so, but I'm not confirming that they haven't, whilst also not confirming that they have. As is the case with a lot of these things. I know some stuff, I don't know everything, and I can only tell you what I know. I don't know, Jack. I would imagine it's some sort of licensing stuff. But it's stuff that we continue to put forward and stuff that we continue to ask about and ask for. It again just... It isn't at the top of the list in a minute. They're concentrating on core mechanics like player growth and transfers, etc. this year, which are obviously huge mechanics. And last year they concentrated on... one of the main ones was contracts, which is a core mechanic. I think at the minute, Andreas is just trying to knock out significant improvements to the majority of the core mechanics before then we fuss about with the fringes of the mode. Which previously, you feel like occasionally we had a core mechanic upgrade, but mainly they were just frittering with fringes of the mode each year. Is 52 the limit on squads on 27 or 26? Sorry, I can't remember what the squad limit is on 26. Is it 52? Yeah, 52. I don't know. I don't think they've upped it, but is 52 like is 52 not enough? I feel like 52 is enough, right? You could have a 25-man squad and then 27 youth players. Like, that's effectively an under 21s already in your core. Like, 52's a lot of players, yeah. I don't think they need to up the limit on that. It would be great if they added in an extra youth squad, like an under 21s or an under 18s. But I don't think it's a necessity at the minute. I don't recall either myself or Pete mentioning Harvey Elliott. That sort of data-driven stuff, no, not either not yet or it's not on the to-do list. I don't know. I mean, things like headers won, shots attempted, crosses attempted. That's already in, isn't it? JC says, so if I buy a young player the first season for your team while you don't want him to join now, will he still develop? Yes. He will absolutely still, like, when you buy someone, you can select that you want them in the next transfer window or next season if, for example, you're wanting to just let them have him for the rest of the year. I wonder if actually, and this has just come to me in the moment, I wonder if you can select that they join next season and that there's a loan back involved in the deal as well. So join next season, so to speak, becomes registered at your club, but then spends another year out on loan at the side that you're buying them from. That I don't know, actually. I've just thought that in the moment. But with regards, if you purchase a player in August, September of season 1, and you want him to stay at the current club he's at for the rest of the season, yes, of course, he will still develop and dynamic OVR, provided he's within one of the divisions that have dynamic OVR and dynamic potential in them, i.e. the league that you're in or any of your deeper sim leagues, then yes, he will still develop as you want him to. Or maybe even as you don't want him to. Because if you buy someone and say, join me next year, and then they just have a run of poor form or they pick up a big injury whilst at that other club, then potentially they'll go down in potential or in current stats. That's something that could happen in real life as well, and something that I imagine is replicated in the game. Again, something that I've just come to me off the top of my head. A patch. This is what I mean when I say people don't understand the amount of time and effort and cost that goes into developing features. You think an entirely new player development mechanic and an entirely new transfer mechanic could have been just a patch for a mid-cycle thing is fucking nonsense. Player career just has the rivalries system added this year and nothing else. Obviously, it would still benefit from the gameplay changes, but mechanically, off-pitch, nothing other than the rivalry system at the minute. Few gimmicks. Right, chat, is there anything you feel like I haven't... Is there anything you feel like I haven't mentioned here? Other than the unexpected events and press conference stuff. Deadline day. That's just bugs. Bugs are going to bug. Mats, things like that will hopefully be picked up in testing and ironed out. And if they're not picked up in testing, they'll be ironed out as soon as possible. But yeah, deadline day is mentioned and talked about in the video with Pete. Yes, deadline day is going to be 20 hours. Deadline day will be 20 hours, and you can either advance hourly as you previously could, or if you just want to get through it, you can advance. There'll be a button to advance 2 hours, so it'll still be 10 button presses like it was for the 10 hours. It's just that it gives you the opportunity to have more of a chance to do something on deadline day, especially now that deals aren't done in the moment and there's back and forth over time with deals developing. Obviously, expect things to happen slightly quicker during deadline day than they do outside of deadline day because of the nature of deadline day. But as Pete said in the video, it is basically 20 mini days within deadline day. But do anticipate, like as you would expect in real life, price tags to go up, demands to go up, or alternatively, if a team is desperate to get rid of a player, demands to go down, and maybe the opportunity to get a late deal done on the cheap because they just want the deal done. It depends on the scenario of the player in question. I agree, AD. Watch this space with regards to player career, but not 27. Don't watch that space. They could release FC every 2 years and do an overhaul patch in the middle, but from a business standpoint, what would be the point in that when you can sell a game every year? Yeah, we basically mentioned about AI transfers being a bit more realistic ads, and more logically, like English players tending to move within England, etc. Oh, loans specifically. There will be more loans, yes. I don't know about loan obligations with regards to the specificity of that, Connor. I didn't do anything like that. I've not had... I've not experienced that personally. That would be the hope, but we'll wait and see. Or more, 80, or more. They do make more money on FUT than they do sales of the game generally, I would imagine. But that's not to say they don't make a fucking colossal shit ton just from selling the game. But as I've mentioned previously, not everything is just down to pure financial cost. There is the cost of development time as well. How long it takes to make something, how long it's going to take a certain member of staff or group of member of staff to concentrate on a certain something that can't then be spent improving or working on something else. You have to weigh up the financial cost as well as the development time cost when doing something. Should be more realistic, Connor, yes. I'm NDA'd, AD. I just can't say anything, I'm afraid. I must have brushed shoulders with your best friend while we were up in Burnaby. To be fair, when we were in Burnaby, we were only at the offices. Our hotel wasn't in Burnaby. Yeah, how a certain company runs their certain game is not going to influence how a different company runs their different game. Especially when you're on about a yearly sports title compared to a entirely different genre of game. Oh, you got a friend that works in the FC mobile team. I may well have laid eyes on him, Jen. We didn't have anything really to do with the FC team, with the mobile team. They did give us a presentation of FC mobile stuff right at the very beginning of the trip, but it was only Lucas and another guy who I can't recall. Yeah, Crimson Desert is a very specific example. I don't know, SA. I don't think there's a deadline you can set for buyback clauses, but I haven't got experience with it. I didn't use one. I don't know. Agreed, AD. Here is hoping. Oh, I'd 100% agree with that, Connor, that the career mode deep dive actually looks more promising than the Ultimate Team one. I'd say, again, without having hands-on a launch edition, I would say this has the potential to be the biggest step forward for career mode in my time making content. We didn't go to the Whitecaps versus LAFC game, no. We didn't do any extracurricular activities, etc. Other than like dinner. Of course, Hellers. We were all over. Or we were all. There was 4 of us. There was 4 of us in Bucharest earlier in the year. Myself, DK, MGH, and Mu, the Brazilian career mode guy. And obviously Andreas lives and works in Bucharest alongside everybody else that works on the mode over there. Alex and Andre, etc. Andreas was the only one from Bucharest that made the trip over to Vancouver. But obviously, yeah, we saw Andreas again. Yeah, not long to wait, Cheese. Like 6 weeks until early access. Nothing with regards parent and feeder clubs. No, not at this stage. I think that would be, whilst a factor of transfers, etc. That's kind of a subcategory that isn't necessarily involved in the initial overhaul of the mode. It's a feature I'd love to see with regards parent and feeder clubs, absolutely, to reflect real life, but it's not a thing yet. Whether it will be a thing, I don't know, but I'd love it to be a thing. But I can't say whether it is going to be a thing or not. I've not really mentioned feeder and parent clubs to Andreas or anyone else on the team, to be honest, at this moment. One thing I haven't mentioned at the minute in either the comments of the YouTube video or of the stream is talking about unexpected events and press conferences. It was in here as well. We did mention it briefly, or it was mentioned briefly in the interview with Pete, but there are 25 new unexpected events. Unexpected events. It's kind of the end of that sentence, really, isn't it? That can influence your save. I think taking the total to about 60, and a lot of them will now be utilizing the press conference functionality as well. So an unexpected event might trigger a press conference, or a press conference might trigger like an unexpected event, where you will have the opportunity to say something or something else that will either positively or negatively impact someone in your team, someone in another team, depending on what you say. But there is no, I think they use this phrasing as well, like there is no right answer. You can kind of lean towards a certain way that you want to go with your stuff. Like if you want to raise the morale of your main striker, etc., if a press conference arises that allows you to do that, then you can. It's all about how you role play the save, I guess. But you can't just, after every match day, make sure you say the right thing in the right questions to just boost morale overall for the whole squad, etc. It doesn't work like that anymore. So more unexpected events, more interactive unexpected events. Like there were a handful last year that just, they were like, oh, this has happened, and you just go, okay, and then nothing else actually happens. More meaningful unexpected events. And of course the press conference functionality added into that as well. There is obviously the practice arena as well going to be added in. You can access that just from your main menu, so you can go like advanced play match on that bit. It will also say practice arena next to it, so you can go in and practice a 1v1, full 11 games, set pieces, corners, free kicks, etc. So you want a free kick taker and you sign someone you think is going to be a good free kick taker, but the only way you can actually practice with their free kicks in 26 and earlier is by getting a free kick in game. Now you can go into practice arena, just smash out 50 free kicks, really nail how to take free kicks with that guy, so that when the opportunity comes up in the game, you can score the goal, rather than having to practice for a season and a half because you're not getting many free kicks to actually learn how to take them with that player. And you will be getting more free kicks because on the gameplay side of things, you will get fouled more by the AI. That absolutely is happening, for sure. And we'll delve more into the gameplay side of things in the gameplay video with Bogdan, and in the subsequent question answer from that as well, if there are enough questions to warrant one, of course. So thank you very much for watching this particular video. Hello, it's me again. Hopefully this has been informative for you. Again, I have no idea how long this video is going to be. I've been recording it for an hour and 25 minutes, but whether it's more than 20 minutes long or not, I don't know. But hopefully it's had everything in it that you were looking to know. If I haven't covered anything throughout the course of the interview with Pete, the deep dive, or in this video, then do leave a comment still, and I will respond to you in the comments with anything I know or can say with regards to any questions you still have about FC27 Career Mode. But ultimately, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out when it comes, because it's not that far away now. I'd appreciate it. Do show your support for the Youth Academy RTG that's ongoing. I think this is probably going to go live either the evening I've made it on the 3rd of August or the 4th at the very latest. There is an Ipswich career mode coming as well, starting Friday, and will be uploaded Saturday and Sunday before we then dovetail both saves every weekday moving forward for the rest of this cycle, because there's still 6 weeks left of this cycle, so there's plenty of career mode content still to come to you on FC26 before the much anticipated wait for FC27. hopefully I will see you somewhere on 26 soon. If not, I'll see you back here for FC27 at the very least, please, because I hope it seems like it should be worth the wait. I'll see you somewhere soon. All right, bye-bye. Yes, they did say something about club ownership, in that clubs that in real life are related to multi-club ownership, then transfers between those clubs are more likely to be successful, i.e. Chelsea will sign players from Strasbourg and City will sign players from any club in the City group slightly easier than you would someone that isn't in that group. Thank you for the follow, Dark Venom, and Rakaf as well. Right, let me now save that as here. 27 Q and or CM Q&A. Let's do CM Q&A. That's the Bogdan one. Let me remove that. That's the Pete one. God, the lighting for the Bogdan one's pretty shocking. Never mind. Right, let me go to the toilet quickly. We can then answer any more questions you have. And I will also... Actually, before I leave this one, I need to put... Ah, piss. I just left it. I do need to add Seeks' player into the Brescia save. So I'll go for a quick toilet break. We'll add Seeks' player into the Brescia save, and then we'll go into the Ipswich save, and we'll update loads more transfers that have happened in real life since we last did it. So I'll be back in a few minutes, a couple of minutes at most, and then, or say 4 minutes at most, and then we can continue on with the rest of the stream. BLE. So, cool. Soswald, how did the interview go? BLE.
Wee.
Let me call down the office. What's the... Yeah. Okay, now. It's warm, boys. It's warm today. It's really warm today. Fucking hell. Ben, I did just see your recommittal to the Patreon. Thank you, mate. Right, let me get Sophia up so I can select a player to replace with Adam. Oh, it's animated, is it? I thought they were going to do. Oh yeah, screen. Thank you. Observe. Thought we were going to do some live action Warhammer stuff. Oh, it's an entirely different Warhammer thing, isn't it? Keep that up so I can see the message later. Right, Sophia. Just refresh here to make sure that I've got the comment as well. Put it in the right post, I'm sure I did. You're already in the save, aren't you, Ben? I've already got you in this save, don't I? Or do I not? Do I not have you in the Brescia save yet? If you join the Patreon at the right tier, Opjo, of course. Oh, nice! You can play that on PC now as well. Sweet. If you don't, Ben, then by all means, yes, please do leave a comment quickly, and I'll whack you in. Who was this one? It was Adam, wasn't it? Brain. My brain did a dyings. Right wing. 4th of May. We were in 2006 for this save. Jersey number 23. England. 92 potential. 4-star. Right-footed? Right-footed. It's the spreadsheet up as well, actually. Brescia. Everybody's kind of mid-70s now, aren't we? So let's just think mid-70s. Let's put Warsaw. I think we've only got 2 people at Warsaw so far. Appearance 190, 95. 95 is as high as it goes, I think, so. Brown eyes. I think it was brown eyes, wasn't it? Dark brown Gus Hamer. Gus Harmer. Gustavo Harmer, what is your hair? 1064 254. 1064. Is it? I don't know if Six is still with us, so I'll put the facial hair for now, but didn't actually mention whether it was facial hair or not. Clean shaven or not. Occasion. Oh. Sock length. You're still here. Do you want, was it facial hair of Gus Hamer as well, or just general haircut? Kit style. Yes, please. Okay, good. That's what I defaulted to anyway. So, right, I don't think it's actually letting me do the mini faces still, is it? No, that's annoying. At least it's a grey face. You've not actually got a player's face who you're not, so to speak. And then two 36 years. 36 years. You've got to play for Warsaw for 36 years. Fuck's sake. Where do you end up on this? Is it the last right when it is? There's only two of you. Only two right wingers. It's intriguing. Unless Ben is now a right winger as well. I think I just dinged to say that I've got notification to say that Ben had added his news, which he has. Yeah, the one time you actually guaranteed to get Grimsby as well. I don't think there's 3 players at Grimsby, I'm pretty sure. There's 3 players at Grimsby. I can't give you Grimsby. I'm sorry. There's already 3 people there. Chat, do I give Ben Grimsby as well? And just because he's a Grimsby fan? You can have live say on this. Be a cam / striker, okay. So a cam, someone that could be a cam / striker. Oh, you're a striker / centre mid, so you'll do. Yeah, could swap someone out. Fucking cat. No. Stop coming through my fucking window. Asshole. Down. Down. Get down. Children are animals, don't work with them. Hello? I can't remember what that bring one was. Oh, it's wrong with a gigantified Rolo with wonky sunglasses emote. Long. It was Cam Striker rather than Striker Cam, wasn't it? 25th of July. Oh, it was your birthday last week. Happy birthday for last week, mate. Were you here for it? I can't remember what day I flew. Club jersey number 17. Potential. All-star. Change that to a Cam one. Playmaker. Last Saturday. Was I live last Saturday, chat? I think I was live on the was I live on the Sunday? I think I was off Saturday and then I was live on the Sunday. I think the Saturday night was working. Or we had plans or something. Either way, happy fucking birthday. It's a bit grim now, more. Appearance. Fine. Anything close to a skin fade? Chat, what's a skin fade? Oh yeah, annoyed that I was watching F1 and not playing the game. I forgot about that. Long. Average shots, that's fine. Tight kit, short sleeves. I don't even know what a short skin fade is. One? Annoyingly, I can't see here either. You look a bit Chinese, I'm afraid. Ben. Two. Oh, Foden's not a bad shout, actually. Young Philip. 1068. 1068. And bastings. Right. Let's save the save. Does it have a have a known list issues? I don't know, to be honest. I imagine because it did work on this iteration of. It was only when I upgraded to the live editor and then came back to this version that it didn't work with the generating player faces. So I tried to update the live editor, but then it turned out that the newest version of the live editor didn't work with the version of the game I needed to use for the save. I imagine he has got some sort of feedback forum. After Hungary's events, you've chosen to have Alex as your teammate, Furies. Carlos Sainz shade. I did take a picture on transfer marks. What date? Was my last set of updates? It certainly was later than the 29th. Did I take a picture? Did I cancel it? I might have cancelled it. Maybe I cancelled it. I cancelled it. 26th. Okay, so we'll go from here and then we'll look at individual leagues in case there's big ones that I missed. I didn't see it, ads, I'm afraid. Because there's others in the game that I could use top 5 leagues, but there's others in the game I want to get as well. We're going, yeah. I'm not sure if they're in the game actually. No. Guess who just come back in a fucking window? Hey. No. Down. Turn that off and shut the window in a minute. If she comes in again, I'll just... So just get rid of this. Room. Is that AK? Loan. Cardiosho to PFC. Aracadaro, what is that? Is that option to sign? Just an option, okay. Oh, it's just Toto, isn't it? It's Toto in there. No, it's just a loan, wasn't it? So I wasn't going to do it. Just a loan. I was going to do it. Alright, Ajax could do stuff in Europe. Loan into Ajax for 12 months. Shooting. Jatta to Casapia. Yeah, I could do the pest. Say to Massey, did Corgi say how he felt the interview went or no? You did, we're with. Oh, not 12 months, really. Pretty well, you say thanks through to the next stage. Nice. The fact that you got that sort of instant feedback's always good as well. Has Henderson signed for Chelsea yet? Is that official yet or not? Not officially, okay. Do I just do it? I feel like I might just do it. I haven't seen Brand New Day yet, Mike. No spoilers, please. It's not officially announced yet, is it? Barker has, yeah. I saw Barker. I'll probably do it. It's very much going to happen, isn't it? By the sounds of this. Luis Balbo to Sturm Graz. Ortega to Olympiacos. I feel like we did Ortega to Olympiacos, didn't we? Or did we just release him? Released him. Olympiacos. Oh, Leo Sauer to Stuttgart. In the Champions League as well, Stuttgart, aren't they? Was it KFC? So to Torino, it's just a loan. Let me see if there's a permanent there. Unbelievable, Jeff. Thank you, Bates, for the raid, mate. I appreciate it, dude. Good to see you again, actually, in VC last week. Had been too long since I've been to an event. Thank you for the raid, pal. We're just updating transfers, lads, for our Ipswich save that starts on Friday. Those that came across from Bates, has Bates mentioned much about what went on last week? We've spent the majority of our current nearly 5-hour stream speaking a lot about FC27 and career mode. Is it with an option to buy? There you go. It's just an option. I will. Do we do it? If it's just an option, we're not really going to come across Fiorentina and Torino in season 1, are we? So I won't bother. Command we can do. It's not massively highly rated, but Torino are a side we might come across in like the Conference League or something. No, not going to do that one. Can't do that one because Best Saver aren't on the game. Estudiantes are on the game, aren't they? Mikel Amondarain. Amondarain! Where are you, mate? Amondarain. Can't be on the rain. Constantly fucking falling, mate. Bologna as well. That's an intriguing one. Although, actually, to be fair, there is quite a sizable enough Italian contingent, isn't there, in Argentina? Bateson's stories seem far more interesting from what he told his chat. He told them he drank a lot and wore a hat. Ah, did you tell him about the fact that your hat got a chair? The hat got better service than half of us in that fucking restaurant. Ow. I didn't really go out at all with everybody during the week because it was my opportunity to get some extra sleep in with the 2-year-old. But we were always up so early to get fucking breakfast in the hotel that it wasn't really that much extra sleep. In fact, Jude slept longer this morning than I ever did with the alarm set in VC, unfortunately. Where was he going? To Cesena. We went out for dinner in Tuesday night to a restaurant, and the Wednesday night was the barbecue on the roof at EA, and then everybody went out after that to Roxy, but I bedded, and Thursday I flew home, so there you go. That's my social calendar for the week. What hat gets a damn chair? Well, at Roxy, the bar that Bates and everybody else went to most evenings, if not every evening, I think, you can get. They gave you like a straw cowboy hat that just said Roxy on it. And we went to a restaurant. Bates just kind of put his on the floor, and it was quite a well-to-do restaurant. And one of the staff noticed that Bates had just put his hat on the floor and picked it up and put it on a chair in the corner behind him. Because Lord knows the hat can't sit on the floor, so the hat got a chair. Fucking strange. These are all loans, aren't they? None of them are really loans that we're going to want to make permanent, even if they are permanent. Danny Imre at Palace we could do. Where did he go? Wrexham. CBA. Rangers to Oliver Antman. We'll do Antman. He got a hat because it was mistreated. I mean, we got a chair because it was mistreated. I wouldn't say Bates mistreated his hat. Just took it off and didn't want to have it on the table. It wasn't mistreated. In fact, if anybody has ever taken any care of a hat, it was Bates taking care of the Roxy hat, to be honest, because it came with him everywhere. Or at least every evening. Don't think it made it as far as the EA offices. Gustavo Sarr has gone to Forest. That's intriguing. The man that can play everywhere. and you'll be able to tell that he plays everywhere in FC27 because you can see a chart like this on FC27, as you saw in the deep dive. Hello, Jack. I was wondering if we'd see you today. Sivan Vermuskirchen. Japanese Dutch. Abilene. Matthijs Abilene. Abilene, I guess. Monaco. As Monaco. Oh, this. No. I wasn't sure what the fee was for the Lacroix. 60 million euro in the end. Okay. Lacroix. Oh, it's immediately then gone out on loan to Olympiacos. Okay, good. Piss. No, we do it this way. Find him quickly. 85. Gustavo Forrest, Gustavo Sarr. And then we can loan him to Olympiacos. So we're not playing against him in the Premier League. With Ipswich, Santi Castro went to Roma, saw that one as well. Yeah, probably should have done all that in the minus right there. Roma. Do ass as well for that. No, Roma. Fuck it, have 125 grand at Roma, why not? There was a bit bing. 10 bits from Danny. Just finished watching the FC27 video you made on Career Mode, and I hate to say it, but really looking forward to FC27. All the changes to Career Mode are really positive. Yeah. Fingers crossed everything is as good as it is. No worries, Seeks. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much for dropping the Patreon subscription, pal. It's very, very good of you. I shall see you next week. Dovbik's gone the other way. Is that with a view to a permanent? Ask him. Dovbik loan to Bologna. Option to buy. Bologna. Bolo. Tyler Fredrickson to Lausanne. Let's maybe not give you 125 grand a week, isn't it? Bangkok, Lausanne Sport with one player. He'll never play for Forest. Marinakis wants him for Olympiacos. Oh, I see. Lol. Actually, another reason why multi-club ownership just shouldn't be a thing. Christopher Lund. Bromsicle. I always typed Brum then. Birmingham City. Sunshine, no. Slavia Praha are in the game actually, aren't they? To me, that's just a loan. Macania to Rangers, let's do that for Colin. Rangers. Oh, Heverton's gone to Leipzig because we'll release Heverton. Levski Sofia seems like an odd destination for that. I saw Guimaraes down and thought, oh, has the Bruno deal gone through? Electric's been off since 9:30, coming to you from a generator. Oh, good. The Northern Irish lifestyle. John Stones to Inter. I saw it was rumoured. I didn't know it had actually gone through. Internazionale. Loan. Nah. Just a loan. Freeze we don't care about. Throwing something to the next in there. Oh yeah, SP to Real. I did see that actually. Is it Carlos SP? Carlos SP. Davidenko could be well up for that one. I think Davidenko was actually waxing lyrical about SP relatively recently in chat. Might be wrong, might misremembered. Nice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing No Way Home. Not No Way Home, brand new day. Callum Marshall. Oh, Brandt went to Ajax. Okay. We have advanced a little bit through this save now, haven't we? I'm surprised that some of these players that we released didn't actually find new clubs already. Like Brandt and John Stones, etc. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe up to 25 grand a week. 15 grand a week for MK Dons is probably punchy, but still within the realms of possibility. Kian Fix Yim. It's got potential, hasn't he? It's not Suriname, is it? It's Suriname. Main praise for it is just the colouring. A Marvel movie that doesn't look grey dark all the time, yeah. Listen, chat. No, no, no. Two secs. Can never hear Julian Brandt without the Jack clip playing. No, I know. Yeah. Let's do Liam Cullen. Manchester. Ravalia? Ravalia. Oh, I need to Watford. Martin Pereiro. Not Udinese and Watford doing business. Never been. Oh yeah, back next Saturday. I've updated the schedule. Ousmane Diallo. Is Ousmane Diallo not in it? I wasn't sure if he'd be, maybe. No. Peggy! Valdepeñas. I don't know whether he's in the game or not. Valdepeñas? Victor Valdepeñas. 81 potential. Gone to Fiorentina, was it? Fiorentina. Vitti? I feel like Vitti gross, isn't he? Vitti? Enough. Mr. Sampdoria. CBA. Actually, to be fair. They're not going to be in it, are they? Unless he was on loan somewhere. He was so Spartan, wasn't he? It's not going to. They're not going to play him against me, are they? Sabiri. Don't bother. Maja to Le Havre. We'll do Maja to Le Havre. Remember when Josh Maja was like the next big thing, or one of, when he was at Sunderland? And then, no. Then Palace Mendy to Nets.
estimates.
Was it 20 past 3? We're probably going to get all of the transfers done, aren't we? Says hoping. CBA. Andrada, we should probably do you, shouldn't we? Twice Andrada. Where did he go? River Plate. Army River. Boston River. Who the fuck? Obligation to buy. Oh, obligation to buy subject to certain conditions. Okay. So let's do Akin Samira to Monza. My guy just doesn't look 20 years old, does he? I'm questioning the legal age documents of Akin Samira. He looks younger there. Just doesn't look 19, does it? Looks like he's 26. Like, especially in that picture. That's not a 19-year-old kid. Goodell's a Norwegian Dan Burn, is he? Antonio Silva to Bournemouth went through in the end. Good signing for both parties, I think. Not great for Benfica, but still. Paid 5 million quid for him as well. 5 million euro. Nearly 6 million euro. Fucking hell. How? Valencia, was it? Valencia. Have a wage rise. Sangare. Brentford making another big signing. Great signing. Didn't he have a good? He had a really good season with Lens, didn't he? Under the manager that's now moved to the Prem with someone else. Koulirakis to Roma. Maestro Albacete, CBA. Jordan Zamora. On your ticket to Frankfurt. Launches. Goebbels. The unfortunate surname. Not the game? Oh, it's because you put the E in the U on launches. Yep. Let's see. Ibegovic to Juve. So I swear it said Leverkusen. That's enough. Colin Wani to Juve as well. Colo, 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 to... Colo, Wani, Barker. Oh, alright. I don't remember doing that one, but maybe that was one of the rumoured ones that the editor of the mod that we used and then didn't use. Used but then disregarded. Had already made. Dagim. Decent potential. Salzburg to where? Hoffenheim. You're probably not going to be in 125 grand a week at Hoffenheim, mate, if I'm honest. I apologise to ruin your day. Still on fire, it's just a loan. Fran Gonzalez to Sevilla for €1 million. Oh, he's still finding his feet in the modern game. Was it Sevilla that got relegated in the Brescia save? I think it was, wasn't it? Did they have another dog shit year IRL as well? Angram Lee we can do. Right, Angram Lee we can't do. Want to check. Mid-table Sevilla. IRL. Corrects us to Dortmund. Borussia Dortmund. Okay, let me refresh this. Okay, right, okay, let's go. Top 10 leagues. So, how far back do I need to go? What was that get? So, was it the 25th? Was it the 25th? It was the 25th, wasn't it? Yera Euronen is what we're looking for on the 26th. And why not even a bit of top 10 league, to be fair. So, in between the 26th and the 29th where we took over, let's have a look. Jack Harrison we did. I feel like we did Jack Harrison. Let me just double check. promotion. Tadic has come back to... Oh, Tadic has come to name again, lol. 13th for Sevilla. Not gonna bother. Gift all bands on loans, freeze. Stings went to Alkmaar, we'll do Stings. We released him from Feyenoord, he's gone to RZ. Otavio. Estrella. Definitely better Otavios you could have signed, but never mind. Or is it Frankfurt? Dirk Proper. Sherpen. Oh yeah, I want Sherpen. It did get done in the end. Sherpen. Come to me, Ipswich, mate. I've got a 6'9" goalkeeper, lads. Let's fucking go. Let's see if he to do get joke out, which is loan. Should probably do that one to Brum. Birmingham. Lille to Burnley. Oh, Rakuba. Oh yeah. Oh, Hugo's. Rakuba. Is that Burnley? Oh, it's Burnley. Burnley. Spelled with an H, not a Y. There was a Pendant on loan to Lyon. Just a year on loan. Came with big hopes, didn't he, from Salzburg? Where was the Penda in France? Has he already played for Lyon? Or was it Lens? Oh wow, that whole loan spell to Juventus didn't really go well, did it? Yikes. Juventus on loan, triggered with an obligation to buy for €40.6 million, and loaned him out immediately. Scott Olsen's on loan. Oh, Sankun Diawara. Let's do that one to AC Milan. Spell that right? Sankun. Toi? And then we're up as far as we got. Okay, we are up to date. I think we're up to date, mate. All first, no, just all, fucking show me all countries and then refresh. There, there's not. Transfers are up to date, ladies and gentlemen. Flip switch. And I'll save that so we don't lose it. Ipswich are about to make another couple of signings, right? At least one. I swear I saw Ipswich about to sign someone else somewhere. Fucking 9, boy. Far throw and cross claimer. I saw that George Hurst might be going out on loan as well. Schmodix. Was Schmodix to Derby done, or was it just a rumour? We saw that on what's his face's profile the other day. Philigine's been supposedly leaving since we started the save and hasn't gone anywhere yet. Let's have a look. Rumours about arrivals. Still rumours about Patrick Berg. Most recent source, Florentino on the that's today. Florentino from Burnley, Siddiqui Sharif from Fenerbahce, Julio Enciso. Henry Lawrence. I think Henry Lawrence was the name I'd seen from Standard Liège. It was Henry Lawrence. That rings a bell. Rumours about departures. Still Philogene, right? Presumably. Philogene to Fiorentina. It seems like he might be destined for Italy, though, doesn't it? With Bologna, Roma, and Fiorentina interested. Schmodix is done, is it? Oh, it's done like he's gone back to fucking Derby. Alright, Sammy. See you later, mate. Done. Are there any others that might have been done just with transfer marks, not necessarily catching up some of them? Are there any others that you can think of that are done that aren't announced yet? Or, sorry, done that have been announced yet but aren't on transfer marked? Or might not be on transfer marked? We've done a Penda. Chaloba's just a here we go Tacoma, yeah. Here we go isn't definitive, is it? As we well know. Daniel, thank you for the 51st month, mate. 51st month, mate. Appreciate it. scrolling through my timeline to see if there's anything. NASA advance on deal to sign Samu Costa from New Yorker, apparently. Fab retweeting himself from 3 weeks ago. Barclay to Liverpool is still just in the works, isn't it? There's the Koa, here we go, 40 minutes ago, €30 million fixed fee, 6 million in add-ons and sell-on clause. I don't know how old is Trevor Chalobah now? $27. "15-year-old JJ Gabriel had to get changed away from Man United's dressing room before making his first team debut due to safeguarding regulations." Which is fair. A 15-year-old kid changing with a gentleman. Not sure about Fulham's second kit, by the way. Away kit. Huh. No way yet. I think I've just been spoiled for House of the Dragon by Wolfsburg. To a certain extent. I just DM'd you as. Oh no! If it is that, well, obviously it is that. I think it's been teased, hasn't it? They teased it. That's a certified spoiler. Meep. Yarmoliuk to Brentford. Have I done that one? Yeah, they're just giving him a number 6, that's all. Ajax away kit for this season. Ajax away kit 26-27. They love a black and gold one, don't they, Ajax? That is nice. Why is it? I just want to see the image. Because it's fucking advert. Yeah, it's nice. I like the little details as well. It's nice. Let me show you that Fulham away kit. Yuck. Yuck. What in the checkers? That is yuck. Yeah, well, it seems the FC27 talk took a little bit longer than I anticipated, Rory. FC27 talk took like 3.5 hours when I was anticipating it not really taking that long. Yeah, it's not the one. Not a fan. Yeah, Bassi was not in the database, Ben. We did look into that one. That's nice. With an old school badge on it as well. Hello. Chelsea Zola in a Coventry. Yeah, that's not the one, is it? We've got 10 minutes, Rory. I'd probably be better served just going offline and starting editing, to be completely honest. Now, if it was just squares, I think it would look worse. I think it would look worse if it was just squares. All honesty. Let's send you guys on a raid, shall we? Where can we send you? Oh, Outsio's live. Let's send you to Outsio. Mate Outsio in Vancouver. Really nice guy. Really easy to get along with. Let's send it. Let me pause the music so I can actually hear my life. Thank you for coming across and joining us today, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you to those that came across from Bates as well. Do head over to Outsio as well and go and join him. That's all for me for today. That's all for me until Saturday, as we're off on holiday tomorrow for a few days. Just a brief staycation. But I will hopefully see you back here on Saturday. Next Saturday, we'll start by updating yet more transfers for the Ipswich save, and then we absolutely will be recording FC stuff on Saturday. I apologise for the delay in that today. Appreciate your support, boys. Thank you to those of you that joined the Patreon again today. That's very, very good of you indeed, and keeps me going as a content creator. Head on over and join Outsio, and I will see you in a few days. Enjoy the summer weather.